Yeah, it will. And we wish, by the way, Tim Anderson, our buddy, a speedy recovery. Hand injury lands him on the IL. That's where we are. Field of Dreams in Dyersville, Iowa. So great to be back here again. We've got the Cubs and we've got the Reds here tonight for part 2. Who do you have your eye on tonight? Tim Anderson, the star last year. Who's going to be the star tonight, Alex?
I think the guy that's mic'd, Ian Happ, I think he's going to have a good game tonight. I think there's a good ballpark for him. Ball flies, and I think tonight he'll hit a home run.
First-time All-Star for the Cubs this year for Ian Happ. How about for you on the Reds, Poppy? Who should we watch?
I got to go with my man, Joe Votto, man. I mean, he's putting it together once again. This is a guy that he's the veteran on the ball club. He's having a good season. I mean, he's pick and choose the way he want to go, the way he want to get things done, and I'm going to stick with him tonight.
Yeah, Joey Votto probably a good bet. We'll see how it all unfolds tonight. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys saw this, but check this out. It was a dramatic scene this week during a Little League Southwest Regional Playoff. Caden Shelton had a pitch get away from him. See it hit Isaiah Jarvis in the helmet. Eventually, Jarvis would get up, walk to first, and then Shelton stared at the ground. He was in tears. So before Jarvis came to the mound to embrace him for a hug, how about that? Standing ovation. Shelton's Pearland, Texas team went on to beat Tulsa and advance to the Little League World Series. But what a moment of sportsmanship and really just of general empathy from kids.
KB, that almost brings me to tears. I mean, the world needs so much more of that. Good for you, young man. Great job.
I cried when I saw that. I'm going to leave it up to that. That was wonderful.
It's going to be a lot of crying tonight. There was crying when you watch this movie. There's emotions tonight with family and fathers and sons and fathers and daughters. That bond, what this is all about, and that's what this will be all about. You may know their famous fathers, including our own Big Papi, but see how these sons of Major League legends are building their own baseball legacies when we return. Alex said he's got his eye on Ian Happ. So do we. First-time All-Star for the Cubs. He was on the trading block, but now he's relieved to be settled in. And one of the stars for the Cubs, who are playing well off a nice series over the Nationals. What a great night here in Iowa, eastern part of the state. So many great things planned for you tonight. Wait till you see what we have planned for the 7th inning stretch. You won't want to miss it. Come back with us. Field of Dreams.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
Our passion for protecting vehicles started in 1934. And we've been pushing the limits of performance ever since. We innovate with the times and have the trusted filters to fit your needs. Yeah, we've been around the block, but our journey is just beginning. Fram for the road ahead. Look for us at these retailers.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnitas.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. Like number 9, the Champ. Rotisserie-style chicken. Double Monterey cheddar. The Champ is truly made for a champ.
Gee, thanks, Chuck.
Who said anything about you? It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
We are the first family of country music. Protecting the legacy no matter what happens.
His family's hanging on to a lot of secrets.
Never dull moment.
No grave can hold my body down.
Welcome back to the Field of Dreams pregame show on Fox, presented by Geico. As we take a look at the fans playing catch, taking photos on the field from the movie. Now we know how challenging baseball can be, but how long does it really take to shuck 2 ears of corn? Let's find out.
And last thing, the corn shucking contest.
All right.
Have you ever shucked corn before?
No. I grew up in a restaurant, yeah. As fast as I can.
I wouldn't even know where to start. All right, here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, God. It's harder than I thought. Oh, shoot. Oh, man, there's so many layers to this. Let's go.
All right.
So let's,
23 seconds.
Damn.
8 seconds. Wow.
Oh, no. Done.
Whoa, 5.5 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
That's very impressive.
Harder than you thought, right?
That is definitely hard.
Wow, David Ross was a beast as we look at the cornfields here. By the way, the corn here is field corn. That's not like corn on the cob that you throw on a grill. Field corn is used for a lot of different things. Animal feed processed into different sugars and starches. So, Poppy, no biting the corn on the way back to the trailer later, okay? Look, the dads are all baseball royalty. Gary Sheffield, Pedro Martinez, Manny Ramirez, and, of course, our guy, David Ortiz. But this summer in Brockton, Massachusetts, their sons all played on the same collegiate summer league team called the Brockton Rocks, building their own baseball journeys while carrying on the legacies of their famous fathers.
The Brockton Rocks are ready to rock and roll here at Camp and LA Stadium. There you see D'Angelo Ortiz.
You know, the big leaguer sons that were playing with Manny, Pedro, Bo, Chev. The fans just want to have that experience to see both generations.
D'Angelo Ortiz, like his father, in the clutch.
You know that these other guys are going to have your back and they're going to be able to share the same experiences that you have. We gave each other advice. We helped work through some stuff, hitting-wise, defensively. We just kind of rallied together.
And Sheffield rockets this one.
Sheffield hyped up.
It's something that's never really happened before, and to be part of it's very cool, especially when, you know, some of the other guys' dads come out and talk to us.
We're speaking the same language, you know, we're kind of in the same position. It's just nice to have somebody at your side that has kind of the same perspective as you. Playing in Brockton was like playing in the Field of Dreams because playing on that field, you felt comfortable. You felt like this is where you're supposed to play baseball.
Swinging a ground ball, stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands the first, and the Boston Red Sox are the world champions.
By the time my dad's career was over, I was just turning maybe 5, 6. So I never really got to experience him being in the big leagues. But since I've been here, he's been here pretty much every other week. It means everything to me.
Get it out, and let's get it inside.
When I was younger, I didn't quite appreciate it. Never really understood like the magnitude of some of the stuff that he did. It's been cool to relive some of those experiences that I had and just be like, wow, like I was really there.
He had an amazing career that I was able to keep up with and be there for not every second, but every other second.
Ortiz into deep right field.
I think that legacies are more of whatever it stands for after. Hopefully I can, you know, add to that. I'm so proud of you and thank you for everything that you taught me, and I'm proud to be your son.
Wow. That hit home.
You didn't know that was coming.
No, I don't. that got me.
It got me.
You know that. I mean, you know, the relationship that you have with your kids, Kevin, it goes beyond everything, you know, and being able to guide them and teach them, you know, how to do things is something that is very special. I wish you were here, man.
That's pretty neat. You've got David here. Your other son is here too. We love you, Poppy. You know, just love the true emotion you guys are showing about being here. And that's what tonight is about, right? It's about the bonds and relationships, having that one last catch, and hopefully you could feel that tonight through the TV screen. Meanwhile, one guy who felt that, I can guarantee you that, is former NL MVP Joey Votto. He's played all 16 of his seasons with the Reds, and he spoke with our Ken Rosenthal a little while ago about just that.
Thanks, Kevin. Joey, you tweeted that tonight, playing at the Field of Dreams will be an exceptional moment in your life. Why?
The field, to me, connects my childhood to my Major League present. I've always wanted to be a Major League player. I was raised on this movie. The connection in the movie between the ghost of Ray's father, my father passed away 14 years ago, the catch connection, between how common this movie was watched in my house, how much it impacted my decision to move towards baseball, and then being able to share that moment with my father on a consistent basis, and not being able to have that now is, to me, a little poignant, but you know, being here at the Field of Dreams, I think, makes it more happy than sad.
You mentioned your father.
Yeah.
Passed away in 2008. He was only 52.
Mm-hmm.
Joey, what would he think of this place?
I think I wish he was here to actually play catch, have a catch with me. He would be, you know, smitten by it. It's so charming. It's exactly what I think baseball was about between us. It was very quiet. It was a shared moment. It was love between father and son. And I feel that here. So I think he would feel the very same thing.
Joey, thanks a lot. Have fun tonight.
I will.
Kevin, back to you.
Thanks.
Ken, thanks. And Joey, appreciate the honesty and the openness. I tell you, Alex, if you just turn on the TV, didn't know where we were, figured out we're in Dyersville, Iowa, the home of the famous movie site Field of Dreams, and then you saw Poppy and D'Angelo surprising with the father-son, and Poppy's still a little emotional. And then you see Joey Votto. I mean, about what this means to him, the emotions tagged with today. I hope you're feeling it at home.
You know, Kevin, baseball is so important. You know, Poppy and I come from Dominican backgrounds, and is everything in our country, in our small little strong island. But I look at Votto, and you can feel how close he is. Obviously, I've seen Poppy with his father, and now seeing D'Angelo. I mean, it brought us both to tears. I think about my life and having the void of not having my father around, and I never played catch with my father, something I wish I would have done. But now as a father, I get to do that with my daughters. And, yeah, baseball is important to us in more ways than one.
And who knows, maybe after you're watching this pregame show, we have a game to play tonight. But if you're watching this pregame show, maybe this will be time just to pick up the phone and send a text or a call if you haven't done so in a while. Right, Pop?
Oh, you got that right. I love you, Pop.
Yeah, there you go. Poppy into the Hall of Fame. What a couple weeks it's been for him. Alex sharing, and we continue to tell stories as we come back, like the one that Tom Rinaldi will tell us. An incredible tale of the Dodgers version of Moonlight Graham. Roy Gleason, an American hero who had one at-bat and a World Series ring to go along with a Purple Heart. Wait to hear this one from Tom when we return. The Field of Dreams game in Iowa. So happy to be back. Glad you're with us. Reds and Cubs getting set to play some ball on a fantastic Iowa night.
Right now, it could seem like the only people who matter are the loudest. Those who want to tear things down and then fly away on their own personal spaceships when things get hard. But we've got 182,000 people, and they're building big things, new things, things that will change the way we do things. And you might not know their names, but these people get up every day, working together to move us all forward.
Alone, chicken, onions, peppers, and cheese have potential. Together, they have a purpose, a destiny, and a name. Because grilled to order makes a sub above.
Everything is disappearing!
Our outpost on Earth, Zepcon, is in danger!
Hey, Quill, this thing is so broken.
you seeing this? Well, you heard the lady. Get to Epcot. It's Save the Galaxy time. Again.
It's a home run.
Getting that perfect slice is satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding too. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Slice to order makes a sub above.
We've got a huge game here.
Field of Dreams game, part 2 on Fox, and one of the great scenes in the movie Field of Dreams when Terrence Mann made an outstanding revelation, or I should say an astounding revelation, to Ray Kinsella. Let's go back and watch.
Moonlight Graham.
You saw it.
So what?
You saw it. New York Giants, 1922. We played one game, never got to bet. You saw it.
What did I see, Ray?
Chisholm, Minnesota. God damn, man, we were the only ones who saw it. Did you hear the voice, too? It's all right to admit it. It's what told me to find you. Did you hear it?
Go the distance.
Yes.
And so Moonlight Graham was introduced to the world in the Field of Dreams. One major league game, no major league at-bats as we look at the scene where we are here tonight. The thing is, there are other Moonlight Grahams with similar stories, but none quite with the tale that Tom Rinaldi has for us next. Tom is right over yonder on the set of the Field of Dreams. And Tom, this one's a doozy.
Kevin, that storyline involving Moonlight Graham made us wonder about the number of players, position players in Major League Baseball history who got just one plate appearance. What Moonlight wanted, got a hit, and never had another opportunity. The total number in the modern era is 16. The number still alive is 5. This is the story of one of those players. It's a story about the value of an opportunity, the burden of duty, and the enduring magic of this game.
My dream was to play in the majors. My Field of Dreams.
A Southern California pitching and hitting phenom, Roy Gleason was signed out of high school by the Dodgers in 1960. Just 3 years later, he was called up to the big club and into a pennant race.
We had a good team. Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Maury Wills. We were fighting in St. Louis. We were about neck and neck at the time I arrived.
After several pinch-running appearances, Gleason finally got his chance. September 28, 1963, against the Phillies.
I'm walking up to the plate, just went blank.
Checks the runner at third and then fires.
All I wanted to do was focus on that ball.
Looks like it's headed for left
I hit
field.
a line drive between the left fielder and the foul line. Then I just kept going around first and slid into second for a double. It was a dream that I knew now I could reach.
That Dodgers team would win the '63 World Series.
The Dodgers win 2-1 and sweep the series in 4 straight. All Bedlam.
Gleason got a ring, but was sent back to the minors for the next 3 seasons. In 1967, he thought he'd get called back up. He got drafted instead and sent to Vietnam.
Realized that I was going into hell's way, and I better start thinking about surviving. Am I going to be coming home? You know, is this my last stop? I was 24.
In July 1968, Gleason, already a sergeant, was walking point for his unit in the Mekong Delta when an enemy IED exploded.
And it blew me about 10 feet into the air into a moat. In the meantime, they've wounded about 7 of my men, and one of them was killed instantly.
The unit's machine gunner, Anthony Sevo, was killed in the attack.
He was my man, one of my men. And it was my fault. His life was over, and mine goes on. Why?
With shrapnel wounds to his left leg and wrist, Gleason was transported to Saigon, where he received a Purple Heart, and where he realized he'd lost the World Series ring he carried with him to war.
I didn't wear it. I left it in the base camp in my footlocker. It gave me hope that I would be able to go back and play again. And I wanted it close to me.
Incredibly, in 1969, Gleason made it all the way back to Dodgers spring training. But his career ended a few years later, and he never made the big club again. Until they invited him back in 2003.
Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome to Dodger Stadium. May I ask you, please, for a warm Dodger Stadium welcome to former Dodger Roy Gleason, an American hero, as he throws out the first ball.
I went, oh, man, I bounced it. And I'm walking off the mound, and Vinny, I hear him say, hold it, Roy.
Hold it, Roy. There's one other thing for you.
I'm going, what's this about? He wants me to throw the ball again.
We know that World Series ring was lost in Vietnam.
And I went, holy cow, there it is.
It meant a lot to him. I saw him, misting up a little bit on the mound there. He won't admit it, but I know he was.
I get to see it, and then I get to see him wear it. He doesn't take it off his hand. He absolutely loves that ring. Wears it like a wedding band.
My 1963 championship World Series ring.
One dream, one hit, one remarkable life.
I am the only person on earth that has a World Series ring, a Purple Heart, and a perfect lifetime Major League batting average. What more could I ask for?
We thank Roy for sharing his story with us. And as you guys saw, remarkably, he does have the bat still from the one hit he got in 1963. But, Kevin, it hasn't just collected dust. Not too long ago, he took it to a local batting cage, cranked up the machine to 90 miles an hour, and took his cuts. It was only after his son saw the scuffs on the bat that he said, Dad, let's not do that again. It's too precious to risk. What a story, Roy Gleason.
And thanks for telling it, Tom. That was incredible. Roy giving us his time. And look, he's an American hero. And I think it also, when you watch that piece, Alex, on this desk, two of the all-time greats is well over 1,200 home runs, right? 1,200 home runs. But just how hard it is to succeed in the game of baseball, to get one at bat, let alone all the time that you guys had.
KB, this is so much bigger than baseball. I mean, Vince said it best. He is an American hero. And to get one opportunity, just one opportunity, and make the absolute best from that, it's really inspiring. But then to go serve our country and come back with a Purple Heart, that's even more impressive, Poppy. I'm just glad the Dodgers figured out exactly he belonged in the stadium.
I definitely love seeing stories like this, especially with the combination of baseball and going to war, man. I'm telling you, this is something that I really enjoy watching it. God bless you.
Well, we've spent enough of the show making you cry. So we're going to transition and give you a chance to win $10,000.
Hey!
A Big Poppy's money playing Fox Bet Super 6. You just have to scan the code to download the Fox Bet Super 6 app and then enter the 6 outcomes you think will happen during tonight's game for your free chance at
Come and get my paper.
$1,000.
I'll make it rain in Iowa.
No rain, hopefully, tonight, except for the dollars. So here's a question tonight for you, Alex. How many total home runs in the game tonight?
I think you're going to have 8 home runs. The first 3 innings are going to be lights out pitching. Fourth on is going to be home run derby.
I got 4 right here, man. That's all I got tonight.
8-4. Those are the numbers. Try and win Big Papi's money and enjoy the game. Field of Dreams Part 2. It is the Reds and the Cubs with Nick Lodolo, the former first-round draft pick. The rookie's been really good. Only 4 runs allowed the last 3 starts. A couple of lefties on the mound tonight with he and Smiley. And that's Seiya Suzuki, another rookie. He was a star in Japan. Wonder what he's thinking about playing in the middle of a cornfield. He's going to get a chance to do it tonight. Starting lineups you won't want to miss with a couple special twists when we return. The Field of Dreams on Fox. Back after this.
The Volkswagen Taos. German engineering everyone can get into.
Welcome to a place where time stands still. From Dyersville, Iowa, 1 year after that most memorable night, it's a return to the Field of Dreams.
Ready, 1, take 1. Bottom of the 9. Everybody be ready. 4. Take 4.
Anderson. Hits it in the air. Get the wall.
Ready, 2, take 2. Ready, 50. Take 50. Stand by commercial in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I got it! I got it!
A kid with nothing but imagination.
But it's important, son, when you're practicing pitching. Take these 2 fingers.
A game with nothing but possibilities.
All right, Ace, you can put it right here in the leather.
It's a match made in heaven. You can't help but gravitate towards the wonder of it all. Baseball can be anything to a kid.
What is it?
Well, you tell me. What do you think it is?
It's a new glove! Thank you!
A gift. A teacher. A storyteller.
That's Andre the Hawk Dawson.
His nickname was the Hawk?
The greater the nickname, the greater the player.
It is a lifetime of memories. Moments that keep pulling you in until eventually it becomes your whole world. And someday you'll find that it comes full circle. You'll be back where it all started.
Well, we finally made it.
Hurry up, Slowpoke!
Just got here.
And you'll dare to dream once more.
Imagine the lineups, the teams you could dream up.
What do you mean, Dad?
If the magic of this place truly existed. If the legends of the game were somehow out there. Bob Gibson, iron batters on the hill. Honus Wagner and Jackie. The Babe, standing right in the box, calling his shot. And Hammer and Hank waiting on deck. Could you imagine that?
Yeah, Dad. I can.
You've been playing like a champ lately.
Thanks, Dad.
I think you're ready for the heater.
Right in here.
Here it comes. Well, go get it.
Hey, Dad, you want to have a catch?
I'd like that.
Here to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome singer-songwriter with over 100 million streams, fashion designer, and two-time New York Times best-selling author, Jesse James Decker.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly stood.
across America, men and women are joining the effort to fight the Second World War. While the boys are away, the girls will play ball.
The peaches have arrived.
I'm all for you having a dream. I just want you to pick one that's possible.
You can sign a copy for you if you want.
We are here to bring these people baseball and 8 to 10 inches of calf.
A bad bed makes for a bad back, which makes for a bad performance. Bravo, junk sleep. During Mattress Firm's Black Friday Now sales, save up to $600 on top brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase. You can't put a price on good sleep, but it's better on sale. Mattress Firm.
Finding the perfect project manager isn't easy. But at Upwork, we found him. He's in Adelaide. Between his color-coordinated sticky note collection and the cutest boxed lunch we have ever seen. And you can find him right now on Upwork.com. When the world is your workforce, finding the perfect project manager, designer, developer, or whomever you may need tends to fall right into place. Find top-rated talent who can start today on Upwork.com.
Get a dozen shrimp for only $1 with any steak entree. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Hey! Is this heaven? No. It's Iowa.
Simple, stunning beauty. Is this heaven?
Flip your cards over to phase 2 now.
I could have sworn it was heaven. MLB at Field of Dreams is presented by Geico. Dyersville, Iowa, to be exact. This wonderful place. The Chicago Cubs and the Cincinnati Reds this year get together at the Field of Dreams. Welcome inside with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. I'm Joe Davis. You watch the movie, you hear about the magic at this place, then you get here, you feel the magic. And it's one of 162, and that's part of what makes it special, but it is as special of a one of those 162 as you could have.
You know, in a season that's so busy, a long season, this is a moment in time that stands still for these players. Maybe you're not having the best year. Maybe your team's not where you want it to be, but I guarantee you, you're going to remember this day. This game for these players brings everything full circle, their stories and everything that comes with it. I can't wait to get here. We're here. We get to experience magic again, and hopefully it lives up to like it did last year.
Yeah, you were here last year. This is my first trip here. We got to take in a Little League game on the original field yesterday, and you really do. You feel it. Like the hair on your arm stands up. There's an aura when you're around here.
There's no doubt. And the pictures, hopefully, are such beauty in your TV, because when you stare out at this field, you don't ever see anything like this, and it's a cathedral for many players to remember forever.
Well, you're talking about how, you know, obviously neither one of these teams having a good year, having the kind of year that they wanted to have, but we talked with both these managers, and I thought the way David Bell put it was perfect. He said, we look at this as kind of a gift, right? They woke up feeling like this was a playoff environment, and the nerves in their stomachs.
There's no doubt. It's a little out of order. Getting here is not easy, but when you get here, it's phenomenal.
All right, so this is about baseball. This is about family as well, and we have one of the great baseball families, one of the great Reds families involved. Gus Bell, who was a Reds all-star outfielder in the 1950s. His son, Buddy, 6-time Gold Glove third baseman. and a longtime manager. The late Mike Bell had a brief big league tenure, played 19 games at the Reds in 2000, hit 2 home runs in those 19 games. And, of course, David, a 12-year playing career, and now the manager of the Cincinnati Reds, and he's with our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. David, your family has produced 3 generations of major leaguers. How much does being here tonight bring you back to your childhood, to stories about your grandpa, Gus, to being at the ballpark with your father, Buddy?
It does. It really reminds you what this game is all about, what our family has talked about, just the simplicity of this field and being here, the excitement, the energy. People all over that love this game are watching tonight, and it means a lot to us. It means a lot to our family.
Now, a little over a year ago, you lost your younger brother, Mike. He was a former major leaguer, the Twins bench coach, someone beloved by your family and throughout baseball. David, how much is he on your mind tonight?
He's always on our mind. He's definitely on my mind today. Really feel his presence here. It's just it reminds me of all the time that we spent together through this great game, and it's been such a connection for our entire family, and definitely my brothers, my sisters, we all connected through this game. So he's definitely with us tonight, and really feel his presence here.
David, thank you. Have a great night. Now over to Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Ken. Well, how much would you pay for a slice of heaven? About 8,000 tickets were first made available via lottery. On the secondary market, about $960. Now, we're 506 miles from Cincinnati. Yes, this is a Reds home game where the average ticket price is about $39. So for the cost of about 25 games in Cincinnati, you can see one game in Iowa. And all the dreams you can dream are included. Joe?
All right, Tom, and you could not ask for a better day of weather. 77 degrees, a little bit of humidity, light breeze. Another way that it's perfect. Getting ready for the ceremonial first pitch here. Saw some of the legends come in, and Fergie Jenkins, Johnny Bench. So 2 of the legends that came in through the cornfield and right. All the fans made their way to the stadium through there as well. We're going to get a chance to visit with those 2 guys later tonight. All right, so here come the Cincinnati Reds, who will be the home team for this, what will be a 3-game series. They head to Cincinnati after this one. And Joey Votto, who tweeted his thoughts of how special this is going to be for him playing on this field, playing in this environment. We'll talk to him a little bit later on as well. How about first, though, the starting lineup for the Cubs in this game. Nick Madrigal will lead it off, and then it's Wilson Contreras, who, yes, is still with the Chicago Cubs. Patrick Wisdom at third base, hitting third. Seiya Suzuki's in right, then it's Nico Horner out of the 5 spot, having a great season as their shortstop for the first time in a full-time role. Ian Happ, an all-star. Nelson Velasquez bats 7th, and it's P.J. Higgins at first base, and the exciting Christopher Morel out of the 9 spot in center field. On the mound for the Reds is Nick Lodolo, who is the 7th overall pick in 2019, and as they try to build for the future, John, this is one of their most important pieces.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, if the Cincinnati Reds, when they get back to relevance, it'll start with their pitching staff, and he's a big part of it. A lot of people think maybe he reminds you a little bit of Chris Sale, some of the same mannerisms, maybe doesn't throw quite as hard, but big, tall, lanky, and he's going to try to mix and match his velocity with breaking balls and try to upset the tempo of the opposing hitters.
Only his 10th start in the major leagues, and it comes on this mound. Umpiring crew for this one, John Tumpane will call balls and strikes. The crew chief is Marvin Hudson. Down the lines, Adrian Johnson and Ryan Blakeney. Well, neither team having a good season. Both playing decently well lately. The Cubs have won 4 of their last 6 games. 11-8 since the All-Star break. The Reds have won 6 of their last 9 series. Time to bring you the best coverage in the game from our drone cam, powered by T-Mobile's 5G network. Well, anything can take the Cubs and the Reds this year and make a must-watch television. It is this backdrop, this scene, as Nick Madrigal makes his way up there to begin things.
He really is, and to overstate it again, you play so many games, it's hard for each individual game to match the previous. Well, nothing will match this one for these two teams as they made their way here unconventionally to a field that now that they're grasping. And look, last year, this was a hitter's paradise. The ball kind of flies here, and we'll see what the hitters and pitchers are able to do, although be it a lot less hot.
Yeah. Off we go. Lodolo comes home and misses away. Ball one on Madrigal. His team's, of course, wearing the old uniforms. Madrigal could have passed in that era, right? Bat-to-ball guy, high average guy when he's right. Spent a lot of this season injured, but it's been a lot better since coming back over the last week.
Yeah, and that's really what this point of the season is. And we talked to David Ross, and he said, look, my guys, we're trying to win as many games as we can. We're not where we want to be. And even David Bell said the same thing. So they're trying to find out a lot about the future of a lot of players in these organizations.
That's cracked on the ground to short. Backhand Jose Barrera. Strong throw for the first out of the day. Barrera's part of this Reds defense. Elmore, the former Cub, is in left field. Senzel and Aquino left to right across that outfield. Farmer and Votto are at the corners. Barrero has India, the reigning Rookie of the Year, at second as a double play partner, and Austin Romine in his first week with the team does the catching. Joey Votto, who we're going to talk to in the early innings at first base, and was so excited to have a chance to soak this whole thing in. One gone in the first inning. Wilson Contreras, only organization he's ever known. 14 years in the Cubs organization, and John, it looked like the surest thing leading up to the deadline is that was going to come to an end, but the Cubs choose to keep him.
Yeah, they did, and so a lot of people are wondering, will they re-sign him? And you know, as a catcher goes, offensively, he's one of the better offensive catchers in the game. Plays with a lot of energy, plays with a lot of flair, and certainly time will tell whether he continues to be with the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, that emotional goodbye at Wrigley Field, right? And then it's like, this is awkward, I'm back. But then he shows up his first game back at Wrigley and blasts a game-winning home run. Bounces this one back to Lodolo. 2 up, 2 down.
So early on, the pitchers are going to have a little bit of an advantage here with the shadows just creeping over the batter's box and just to the crest of the grass. So you can see they're having a hard time just picking up the ball a little bit. As time goes on, that shadow will move and give the hitters an equal chance.
2 away in this first inning. Patrick Wisdom, who was in Iowa to begin last year. That was at the Cubs AAA affiliate, though. Came up in late May. He set a Cubs record for home runs for a rookie. And he's hit for power again this season. Still a lot of strikeouts, but power bat in a lineup that doesn't have too many of them. And an 0-1 pitch. He swings and misses. 0-2.
Yeah, his approach with 2 strikes won't change at all. He's looking to run into a mistake, and can he hit with power? I mean, batting practice in this stadium, there's a bunch of baseballs to look for in those cornfields because they were flying out of here.
Lodolo looking for 1-2-3 first inning. That's fouled back. And okay, batting practice for a lot of guys usually is about putting on a little show. I would think you come here and it's especially about finding that corn.
Oh, it just disappears over the fence. Normally in our, you know, traditional stadium, it's disappearing in somebody's glove, or, you know, they're sitting in the outfield waiting to catch a ball. This one's going right and disappearing.
On another 0-2, Wisdom gets hit with that back foot breaker. They had to check down to first to make sure he didn't offer a literal back foot breaking ball to give the Cubs their first base run.
Speaking of putting on the show in the batting practice, the one I did lock in on is the man at the plate right now for the Cubs.
Yeah.
There's the replay. Didn't go and caught him in the back foot.
That would be Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah.
Unlikely candidate to be the guy launching the most impressive BP.
I know. He was in a nice groove. I mean, left field, making left field look short.
Seiya's in his first season in the big leagues. Signed a record deal for a Japanese position player. And anytime a position player comes over from a different league, you wonder about how they're going to perform right away, especially against velocity. What was interesting is that in the first month, he was on fire and won Rookie of the Month in the National League. But injuries and some struggles since then as he acclimates in his first season. Off the end of the bat to left center field, into the gap, it's down. Senzel backhands it shy of the track. Here comes Wisdom. Relay to the plate, cut off, and the Cubs strike first. Well, he shows some of that power, going out and getting that and yanking it into the gap to make it 1-0.
Yeah, it's what he was doing in batting practice. He had a simple approach, simple swing. Now, again, it's batting practice. You get in the game, and he got one over the plate that he liked, and he did a nice job of just squaring it up and catching the gap. And with 2 outs, that's the key that allows the Cubs to score a run, because you're off with the crack of the bat. And even though the Reds made a nice relay situation, wasn't able to gun him down at home.
Suzuki drives home Wisdom. 1-0 Cubs. And up comes Nico Horner. For a year that is largely about finding out what you've got. If you're the Cubs, they've learned a lot about Nico Horner, and they like what they've learned.
Yeah, they sure have. I mean, he's getting an opportunity now, and look, he's definitely making the most of it. He has .287 average against left-handers, so he does not mind facing either right or left-handed hitter. And when a guy gets the confidence from his organization, you check a box that, okay, I'm here, I belong, and I'm here to stay. And when you're up and down and you don't know if you're going to get that opportunity, it's much harder to have confidence in yourself.
Nico was a first-round pick, 2018, made it to the majors at the end of the next year. He lifts this one into left. That's going to dunk in for a hit in front of Almora. His throw to the plate is not in time, and the Cubs with a 2-out burst to make it 2-0.
Well, the Cubs coming into this game as a team were not very good with runners in scoring position, and in this first inning with 2 outs, they've gotten 2 big hits to continue that little trend that you were talking about in playing good baseball. And 2-out runs are just backbreakers for the club and for the pitcher, because you get the first 2 and you think, here we go, get a nice little inning, a big hit and a big hit, and it's 2-0.
And especially, John, from the pitcher's perspective, you're Lodolo, you get those first 2 easy outs, and then you go 0-2 on Wisdom and hit him.
Yeah, those are the little things that as a young pitcher you look back and you'll learn, okay, whether or not that bothered him, it's those kind of things that you look back and go, all right, if this happens next time I'm in this situation, here's how I'll approach it differently.
Ian Happ, a place that stirs up all kinds of emotions. You got a guy here in Happ who a year ago was in tears in David Ross's office after Ross benched him and told him, you're probably not going to play much anymore. A year later, he's an all-star. What a year it's been for Ian Happ. He serves one up the middle for a base hit. 3rd in a row for the Cubs with 2 gone. Tries to turn it into a double. Senzel throws late. 3-0.
Well, I said advantage pitchers early with the shadow. Check that.
Yeah, early to get the first 2 outs, and then yeah,
it's been 2-out lightning here for the Chicago Cubs, and at this point, you don't care if a line drive, a screamer gets hit at somebody. You got to reset the inning, because your inning started so perfectly, and then now you can't believe you've given up 3 runs in the first inning.
Now the 7-hitter, Nelson Velasquez, taking strike 1. Velasquez, 23 years old, out of Puerto Rico. Got an opportunity early this year. Caught up in late May with some of the injury issues the Cubs are dealing with, and he's performed pretty well. Ground ball, Barrero. That's the inning for the Cubs with 4 consecutive 2-out base runners to plate 3 runs. After a half inning, in baseball heaven, the Cubs 3, the Reds coming up.
If you have Graves' disease, your eye symptoms could be something more. The itchiness may just be scratching the surface. That gritty feeling may not be so cut and dry. And you need to put the pain behind your eyes front and center. Up to 50% of people with Graves' disease will develop a different condition called thyroid eye disease, which needs a different treatment. To learn more, find a TED eye specialist at isitted.com.
Got to get down, living it up. Never touch ground, never enough. Got to get down, living it up. Never touch ground, never enough. Got me feeling good. Vibes. Got me feeling good. Vibes. Everything's alright.
Get a free storage upgrade and case when you pre-order at AT&T.
Breathe, slow down.
Is it still out there? Dad, you see it?
This is no regular line.
Dad, please!
I've got to get my girls out of here. We're in his territory now.
Please, Dad, you have to be careful.
I need you to trust me right now.
I love you, Dad.
Come and get me! Let's go!
Beast. Rated R. Only in theaters August 19th. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
Cubs get 3 runs in the top of the first inning. The Reds coming to bat here in the bottom of the first against Drew Smiley of the Cubs, whose normal pre-start routine, John, is to get there as late as he can because he doesn't like to think. But he said he was going to get there early today and soak in everything about the scene.
Yeah, I can understand that part, and certainly he's a guy that works pretty quick, tries to throw strikes and get on the corners. Not an overpowering pitcher, but a nice comeback for him here with the Chicago Cubs. And again, each team's trying to find out what they've got in their rotation.
It's the reigning Rookie of the Year in the National League to greet him, Jonathan India. Smiley's first pitch is a little high, ball 1. India has dealt with a hamstring injury for a lot of this season, so he's had a hard time duplicating that fantastic debut season. But a very exciting player that the Reds plan to build around as they move forward.
It's rare you see the first batter the high target, but that's where they got to get him out. He loves the ball middle to middle down in the zone, so they're trying to elevate the fastball up with a high target. And it's just unusual. You don't see that to lead off the game. You normally want to think down in the zone and power the ball, but they're pitching to the scouting report.
And Drew Smiley's coming off his best start as a Cub, 6 2/3 shutout innings against the Marlins, and he plunks India. Ouch.
Tell you what, if you're sitting at home, this is painful. I mean, there's no protection for that. You really can't brace for it. It's just below the knee, and you know they say don't let them see you. Oh, don't let them see you hurt. Well, that's hard to let them not see you hurt. You get a little limp, and you get to first base, and you're trying your best to get that thing's going to tighten up as the game goes on.
Man, oh man, he got that shin guard, but it only covers a few inches and missed that by a few inches. Well, both teams with hit by pitch in the first inning. Cubs were able to take advantage of theirs. Reds will look to do the same with Nick Senzel coming up. He has a home run against Drew Smiley. Strike 1.
Both these teams can score some runs. I mean, they're definitely offensively capable, even though they've lost some pieces as the year has gone on. they're going to make some pitchers, if they're not on their game, feel it.
This guy here in Senzel, second overall pick of the draft. But a lifetime of injuries and bad luck since then. Still trying to find his footing. India's at first as the 1-1 comes home, and Senzel hooks one down the line. Foul.
Tell you what, India's trying to do everything he can to get that thing loose.
Boy, you worry about that as the night goes on for him. Somebody's already dealt with lower half issues throughout his career. On a 1-2 pitch. It's low and it's 2-2.
If there wasn't a man on first, they'd really have the shift against Senzel. He does not hit many balls to the right side of the field.
Out in front, one gone. Runner at first, one away as this Reds offense continues to come to the plate. Kyle Farmer will come up next, third baseman. Then it's Joey Votto. Donovan Solano's been great in his first season with the Reds. Alberto Mora, the former Cub, is in left field with Aquino, Barrero, and Romine at the bottom third of the order. Kyle Farmer, meant for Field of Dreams, huh? A farmer who has a movie credit. He was the practice quarterback in the movie The Blind Side.
Well,
I had to be here.
Yeah, I'm big on like the all-name team.
Yeah.
So I should have been prepared and came here with an all-farm team, and he's definitely on the all-farm team.
First teamer.
No, there'll be. That will be in the play. I'll make sure I'm prepared the next time. But
so the highlight of that whole thing was you got to meet Sandra Bullock. She told him, "You're too big to be a quarterback, though." 0-2 pitch to him is low. Kyle's having a great season. Really, this is back-to-back excellent seasons for a guy who got to the Reds as a catcher, and then he transitioned to a utility guy, went back to doing what he had done in college, and that is play some shortstop. Went into David Bell and said, look, I want a chance to be the guy. Let me play shortstop every day. And for most of the last 2 years, he has. Now, he slid over to third base lately with Barrero coming up. But a nice piece for Cincinnati here. It's foul. Then it stays 1-2.
Yeah, and he's having a great year against left-handed pitching, which, you know, this lineup, maybe not their traditional everyday lineup. They got all right-handed hitters in against a left-handed pitcher.
Smiley's 1-2 is hot. Now, Drew has 3 young kids. His wife and his 3 kids are here today, including his daughter Parker, who's celebrating her 5th birthday. Happy birthday, Parker. What a special way to spend it. Dad's 33 out of Little Rock, Arkansas. This is jammed into right, and Farmer's got himself a base hit here in the corner. They still have a free chance to win 10 grand of Big Papi's money. So scan the QR code now to download the Fox Bet Super 6 app. Enter your 6 picks from tonight's game for a free chance of the $10,000 jackpot.
Now the most interesting man in baseball, Joey Votto. And we'll get a chance, like you said, to talk to him. His mind and the way that he hits, one of the elite hitters in his generation. Of course, the last couple of years just struggled with some injuries, and this year maybe not where he wants to be, but what a mind and what a hitter.
Joey called this an exceptional moment in my life. Yep. He said you combine the chance to play at a place that he said helped sow the seeds of hope for a major league career. He wore out the VHS of Field of Dreams as a kid. Combine that with the memories he has of his father Joseph, who passed away 14 years ago, but who Joey played catch with every day for most of his childhood. He is just feeling all kinds of feelings in this trip here to Dyersville. I'm going to talk to him in the top of the third today. He's got 2 on with 1 out. And he lifts a fly ball to left center field that Happ goes back on. Measures it out. Scrambles to make the catch. That high Iowa sky made things difficult on Happ, who was able to find it. 2 out.
Yeah, this truly was not your can of corn, right?
Yeah.
A little more difficult than a routine fly ball, the route he took. Couldn't help myself. I had to get the can of corn in early.
Hey, I mean, I waited till the second inning of the Little League game yesterday, but you at least waited till the bottom of the first. Plenty more where that came from, folks. Donovan Solano, strike 1. Solano signed a 1-year contract with the Reds and missed the first couple months with an injury, but since coming back, leading the team in average and leading the team. One of the reasons they kept him around, didn't trade him at the deadline, is because he's become such a good mentor for some of their younger players. Flies this one into center. Morrell having a hard time finding it. Suzuki comes over and helps him out. And ends this inning. When we come back, the Hall of Famer Johnny Bench going to join us. 3-0 Cubs after an inning.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with night sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
If you shop at Walmart, you get it. You save on what you need without skimping on the things you love. You know how to spend a little less to get a little more, to make life a little better.
Truly Hard Seltzer, now made with real fruit juice. It's real refreshing. Because real fruit juice tastes better. Truly.
We changed our fries to make them hot and crispy every single time.
High five.
And every single time, Toby insists we high five.
High five. High five. High five. It'll catch on, right?
Try Wendy's hot and crispy fries. Preferred almost 2-to-1 over McDonald's.
Tonight's telecast is presented by Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance. And sponsored by Google Pixel. These are the Ghost Players. 1990, a year after the movie came out, some folks from in the area put together this team, seeing all the visitors that were coming to town, and said, we got to entertain these folks. And so fully clad in the 1919 White Sox uniform, they put on shows over there in the original field. Here in the big league field, the Cubs have a 3-0 lead as we go to the second inning. As promised, joined by the Hall of Famer Johnny Bench. Caught the ceremonial first pitch after walking through the corn and making a whole trip out of this thing, I hear, Johnny, huh?
We came out Tuesday. We learned about it in October, and we started putting it all together. 19 of us, 17 of us showed up. We've got a barn house. We stayed there. We've been treated with royalty, driven through all of these fields. And I'm telling you, I've never seen anything so beautiful. You know, growing up in Oklahoma in the cotton and the peanut fields, it's gorgeous. But the way these people treat these, it is just a magnificent situation.
It's P.J. Higgins leading off this inning for the Cubs. He fouls it at the plate. You had your fair share of big league home runs, but correct me if I'm wrong, Johnny, your first home runs went into the corn.
They did. I was 3 years old. We lived in a little area, Aaron Springs at the time, Oklahoma. We had a cornfield behind it. We had an old baseball and a tacked-up bat, and my dad hit a ball. He would hit the ball into the cornfield. We'd have to go look for it every time. And it was just, you know, we had the bat. We had tacked up with electrical tape. We did all the stuff and everything else. And I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Then we moved to Binger, and then we moved. We were in the farming community anyway, so to meet all these great people are unbelievable.
That's inside 2-2 on Higgins.
So obviously you've been part of so many great moments, but what was it like walking out on that field? It had to be surreal.
Well, I'd been to the other field, and I'd been through the house. I even got to do a 20-year anniversary thing with Kevin and talk about that, and also Brett Saberhagen. It's still emotional, you know, and I think the one thing I've really enjoyed the most is the people around me who are saying, you know, I didn't know this was on my bucket list. And it is so special the way, you know, people feel about baseball. And this is us taking us back to our roots, John. You know, you know that. Right. I mean, it's back to our Little League days. And Joe, I mean, this is your first broadcast on the field?
First one here.
Were nervous?
I mean, I told John, it's like you see the movie and people tell you about the magic of the place, but until you get here, it's impossible to really appreciate it. And our production crew does such a wonderful job showing it, but man, you feel something when you're here.
Well, and the great thing about what, you know, happened in pregame, I guess you saw some of the pregame stuff and everything else, how I really helped the ratings on this stuff.
That's what it's about, Johnny.
We had such a ball rolling. You know, here's Big Poppy out there on the side of the road. I'm on the side of the road with a suitcase. Yeah. And PT did such a great job, and the whole staff, but it was just, and after we did it, it was like everybody was giving everybody high fives, because it took them back to that one time in their life where it was special. And I just left the commissioner's tent just before we came over, and John was there. Yeah. I mean, John Kinsella, the catcher. He was only in this movie 5 minutes, but he's renowned because, you know, my dad was a catcher. He wanted to play Major League Baseball, and the war came along. He served 2 hitches, meaning 8 years. So when he came out, he was too old to play, and so one of his kids would follow in his footsteps. And I was always known as a catcher, although I was a pitcher. I was 84 and 3 lifetime.
I knew.
Oh,
I knew
man.
You had a gift.
Dude, I challenged you. That hard slider and everything else. And I'm not to blow smoke and everything else. John Smoltz, of course, is a Hall of Fame pitcher, but I wouldn't be surprised in the next 20 years, and hopefully I'm there to be there, but he'll go in as an announcer.
I appreciate that.
You are on top of it. I mean, you understand the game. We're not going through all this analytics and all this stuff all the time. We're actually talking about really what people are doing and how they are at the plate, what their hands are doing, how their eyes are up and down, what their front knees doing. You see pitchers, do they separate before they start forward? Is the arm going to trail? And that's what people really look for.
I've always wanted to ask you this, and since we're obviously doing a baseball game, when there's shadows, and when you were catching and you played in a game where there were shadows, how did that change the way you called the game based on what you saw at the plate? And I always said, if you can't see it at the plate, that means the hitter can't see it at the plate.
It's a great question, great story. In the All-Star game, and nice little inside fastball for a strikeout, and it was like, I'm catching in the 1970 All-Star game in Cincinnati, Joe, and Seaver is the starting pitcher. And I call a fastball, he throws a fastball. I call a curveball, and he's called time. Said, come out here. Come out here. They can't see it. They can't see it. I'm not throwing curveballs, because you didn't want any longer time to look at the ball. And he threw it 95 through those shadows, and I guess it was 95 because back then the judge gun was in front of home plate. Now it's 10 feet from the pitcher's mouth.
Higgins and Morrell didn't see it. Both down looking. 2 gone in the second inning. Back to the top of Nick Madrigal.
That was a great segue, Joe.
Thanks. You know,
this is good. This is good. But look around this ballpark. Every seat is filled. There's standing room only. Gosh, this really takes me back, especially with the 2 teams that are struggling today.
Yeah, you know, and they mentioned, you know, what's amazing about, and we're creatures of habit when we played. The schedule was our mantra, like we just, another city, another city, another city. They said they couldn't believe the amount of people that were on the side of the road camping out waiting to get into this park as they drove by, and that's when it hit them that this is going to be something different than just a regular season game.
Well, we see it a little bit at the Hall of Fame when people get there early and they want to be there and they want to see it. And they just want to go back for just a little bit, just grab a little bit of that past and the history and what they did and how they did it and how their father did it and how all of their things and their fans to begin with. But these are families and their parents are talking to their kids like, this was the way it was.
Yeah. Hey, we got to point out here, this is Terrence Mann look.
It is, yes. Really? I had the whole thing. I had it during the thing, and I hope people will realize, you know, it wasn't wardrobe either. I did it myself. as you know, as Alex was talking about, you don't make a lot of money with Fox, except for you guys. But it was like, where's the wardrobe? You know, and I'm trying to call my agent. I'm trying to call SAG. I'm trying to get something out of it, and they just kept on going.
Jeez.
It's so much fun, and that's the great thing about today is these teams aren't going to contend obviously this year. They're going to rebuild, they're going to do things. We've seen some young people and do this, but it's the idea that two people can, you know, two of the oldest teams and actually played the most games ever in baseball. In fact, I think Chicago has actually played more games because even though the Reds are the oldest team, they were a German town and they had like 37 breweries, and they made a rule you couldn't sell beer on Sunday, and so they went on strike and they didn't want to play, and the Cubs went by them in games. So we're seeing two of the greatest things, and you know, to walk out on this field with the Hall of Famers and think about my buddy Ron Santo, you know, he was one of my favorite people in life, and to think about the battles we had with the Cubs, and to think about Ron, to think about Glenn Beckert and Tom Kissinger and Ernie. Ernie, of course, you know, here's Fergie, and he thought hard slider, and you go over to first base, and Ernie would say, how about that hard slider day? You're going to have trouble with that hard slider. Let's play two. And there's finally, we're going to have a scoreless inning.
Hey, I think it was a really well caught inning.
Sure was. Good thinking.
That was perfect.
I caught that.
Johnny, thank you, man.
Enjoyed it, man.
We'd like to dedicate the next 5 seconds to fresh portobellos. And all the other seconds to peppers, onions, and Swiss. Because fresh ingredients make a sub above.
As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning. And now we're providing $88 billion to support underserved communities, helping us all move forward financially. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you.
I think I'm ready to leave the city. Find a job where I can work from home. Move somewhere where I can get a little house. Know my neighbors. Maybe get a dog. Even have a garden. That would be nice.
All right, Ozzy, it's movie night.
Today.
Are you ready for some fun?
You bet. Sonic Speed's home on Blu-ray.
Down low. Too slow.
Oh, I felt that.
Thank you very much. Please, hold your applause.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Buy it on Blu-ray and digital now.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
The biggest sporting event on the planet returns to Fox Sports, and for the first time ever, it's taken over the holiday season, the FIFA World Cup, starting November 21st on Fox and FS1. Keep up with the show wherever you are. Follow @MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube so you don't miss a thing in 2022. Fans making the pilgrimage from all over. A lot of Cubs fans, a lot of Reds fans, of course, a lot of baseball fans. As Albert Almora comes to the plate to lead off this second for the Cubs, or for the Reds.
He used to be with the Cubs.
Yeah, that's where I was going. This guy has a significant place in Cubs history. Debuted in 2016 and scored the winning run in Game 7 of the World Series that year. First one from Drew Smiley. All one.
Well, that previous inning, what a game of adjustments that Nick made in striking out the side after that first inning. You know, we get a chance to we had such a great conversation with Johnny Bench, but that's a huge inning for that young man in a big comeback way, because, you know, you leave with a sour taste and now at least you feel like, okay, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Two and one on Almora. Spent 5 years with the Cubs. Last year with the Mets. First season with the Reds. On a 2-1 pitch. He watches ball 3.
Well, the shadows are gone. So now it's all about recognizing the pitch and hitting mistakes and trying to stay off of pitches out of the zone.
Full count. Corn everywhere you look. Fouls the ball into the corn. We go in our production truck, walk out down the steps, corn.
It's amazing. I mean, truly amazing what you take for granted until you see something can be built in the middle of it. And it was, I'm telling you, it was as if this was always here. That's the weird part about how they constructed the stadium. It will come down after the game, and there's plans for this place to kind of expand, and there's going to be the cornfields in between every field that is built here.
Swing, no swing. Leadoff walk. Now, when the movie's writer and executive producer were out checking out potential sites, doing, you know, scouts, they pulled up here to this site, and the writer said, stop the car. This is where we need to make this movie. They went about putting the field together. Took a little more than a long weekend to make that field there that you see to the right. The original house still there, the original field there.
Well, this young man at the plate, I always feel kind of bad for guys who come in and set the world on fire. And boy, did he set the world on fire in a historic home run stretch. And really, he's been trying to find it since, right? And the reason I say I feel bad, because the expectation is matched. There's no way to duplicate that. And then you, as every big leaguer does, they have to find a way to adjust to the next level of what pitchers are doing to him. And right now, that's the mode he's in. And Cincinnati is hoping that he finds that again.
You know, the stretch you're talking about, Johnny, is August of 2019. Aristides Aquino hit 14 home runs in his first month in the major leagues. 3 years since then, he's hit 18.
It's just amazing on how quickly this game can swallow you up. And that's why if you're sitting at home, and I know it's easier said than done, when you make comments at home, you're like, oh, I could hit 210, or I could do this. The game is a very humbling game. It's a game of failure. And as players find out, it's easier to make it than it is to stay, if that makes sense to, you know, people who are at home.
Fights it off, short right. Suzuki was deep. It'll drop in for a base hit. Aquino will take it any way you can get it. A blue base hit. First two reach for the Reds here in the second. We're talking about the great film that this whole thing's based off of. The movie was based off a book called Shoeless Joe, and that was going to be the name of the movie initially. They didn't like that at first. Then they said, how about Dreamfield? And they said, no, Field of Dreams has the right ring to it. Did you know that Matt Damon and Ben Affleck were, they were in the scene at Fenway Park? And that final scene, they put an ad in the paper a few days before and said, folks, drive your cars out to the farm and be part of this movie. So that iconic scene at the end of the movie, you have all those headlights coming in. If you build it, they will come. 2 on, nobody out. And strike one of the rookie, Jose Barrero. 24 years old, former top prospect. I say former, really as recently as the start of this season, he was still considered their top guy by some sources. He struggled in the minors. Brought him up recently, and they're going to give him a chance to play every day here over the final couple months.
Well, when you think of the Big Red Machine, obviously there's so many iconic players, but when you think about shortstops, you think about Barry Larkin. And Barry Larkin, part of the Cincinnati Reds organization, and what better person than to kind of pick the brain of one of the all-time greats.
0-2 pitch. Down swinging. That's been the biggest issue for Barrero. Swing and miss. He's the first out of the second. We go down to Tom Verducci.
Yeah, Joe, that name, Field of Dreams, it's just so ingrained now in American culture. But as you mentioned, the original working title of the movie was Shoeless Joe. But test audiences thought the movie sounded like it was about a vagrant, not about baseball. And that's why they switched to Field of Dreams. Now, the original short story turned into a novel by the writer W.B. Kinsella was called Shoeless Joe. He wanted that book to be titled Dreamfield, but the publisher changed that to Shoeless Joe.
And Shoeless Joe, of course, was Joe Jackson, who was called Shoeless one time coming up. His shoes didn't fit right. He said, I'll play without them. No. 1 ball, 1 strike on the 9-hitter and catcher, Austin Romine. Shoeless Joe on the 1919 White Sox team, of course, famously remembered as the Black Sox for throwing the World Series, losing. And it was Cincinnati Reds that benefited from that. In a 9-game series, a best of 9 in 1919. The Reds, wearing these uniforms that they're sporting tonight, came out on top.
Didn't he have an awesome series?
He did, and that's the thing that the movie makes the case of. That Ray's dad always talked about. How can you accuse him of throwing the series when he hit .375, had a couple homers, played great defense? But those guys were banned from baseball after those accusations. A 1-2 to Romine. No. In the dirt, it's 2-2.
Smiley's done a nice job here, kind of pushing the gas and taking the foot off the gas. And what that means is he'll throw his two-seam, his fastball, and then he'll spin it, he'll change it, and he'll make his pitch look even faster than it is when he slows the hitter down with that breaking ball. I'm trying to wiggle out of a jam here.
Two from Smiley is taken high. Count goes full. Both these guys have been around. Drew Smiley's in his 9th year with his 7th team. Romine's on his 3rd team this year alone.
Well, if you think he's going to swing, you throw an off-speed pitch here on a 3-2 count.
He did it. Down the middle to get him looking.
That's a great pitch selection. And the reason that pitch works, even though it ended up as a strike, when hitters are struggling and you know they're willing to swing, you're more apt to throw that pitch and get them to swing outside the strike zone. But that late break was so good that it froze him. And once you freeze a hitter, he can't pull the trigger of that bat and swing at that same time.
Drew Smiley, great start to his career. Remember back with Detroit and Tampa Bay, he was the key component in the David Price deal. Jonathan India takes a strike on slow stuff, but then he missed almost 2 full years following Tommy John surgery and has bounced all over trying to find it again since. Did get a ring last year, pitching for the Atlanta Braves, and then signed a 1-year contract with the Cubs. His 0-1 to Jonathan India. Swing and a miss, sticking with the soft stuff.
I've always said his arm swing kind of fools the hitter. He hides the ball, not that he short arms it, but that the hitters don't see the ball very well. He reminded me and a lot of my former teammate and Steve Avery, not quite the same over-the-top delivery that Steve had, but kind of the similar mannerisms.
Barely stayed alive there.
And that's why you see it in the game when some guys throw 100 and they're getting hit hard. The hitter's actually seeing the ball come out of his hand a lot easier. Even though the ball's coming in at 100 miles an hour, the hitter can track it. And so the pitchers who don't have the high velocity but have that funkiness of the release point, those are the hitters that tell you, man, just don't pick it up out of his hand.
This time he gets the swing and the miss. And after the first two each for the Reds, 3 consecutive strikeouts. That man there, Joey Votto, the most interesting conversation in baseball, will join us back after a word from your local Fox station.
More stars than ever. The Masked Singer returns September 21st on Fox.
Discover intuitive technology at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event.
Are you ready? Let's hit play. Remember being spontaneous? Let's do that. Get-togethers are back. Let's have lots of those. Still working in your PJs? No judgments here. Let's live for every moment. Let's embrace our health and wellness. And together, let's live well. Advocate Aurora Health.
You've got something dark that I like, but I can't quite put my thinking on it. Got a good appetite for a bad reputation, but I don't wanna be just another one of your skeletons. 6 feet deep, like could have been so sweet, bro. Fasten your seatbelt.
Kia, movement that inspires.
It's ridiculous over here in Illinois. It really is.
How much worse does it have to get?
It's a double whammy for motorists, the highest gas prices that we have seen at the pump for 7 years.
How much longer will you play the fool?
Only thing Illinois is doing is delaying a gas tax increase until January and calling that a tax cut.
How much more of Pritzker can you afford?
The taxes can be changed at any moment.
How much worse does it have to get before you make a change?
Do you want some more?
Wait till you see me on the downhill.
See you at home.
Enjoy advanced safety at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event.
Jennifer Hudson co-hosting Good Day Chicago, Monday morning on Fox 32.
Hey, Dad, you want to have a catch?
I'd like that.
Nothing game, top 3 as promised. Joey Votto is joining us. Joey, I don't know if you could hear that there, but we just showed the scene of Ray having a catch with Dad, and you tweeted yesterday that getting the chance to play in this game is an exceptional moment in your life, and you detailed some of why. Can you just tell our audience why this is such a special, meaningful day for you?
I actually Google searched synonyms for special, and exceptional came up, so I thought it was an appropriate word. I used to play catch with my father from 8, 9 years old, and it was a daily thing. He wanted me to be a pitcher like John Smoltz, and we threw every day. He'd catch me. We'd share that moment together, and you know, he passed away about 14 years ago, and here I am at the Field of Dreams, you know, longing for a catch with my father, but still basking in this with a smile, knowing that, you know, if he was here, he would have loved it, and we would have shared it together. So it's very much a full circle moment for me.
That's foul, and it's 2-2, so you were looking forward to it. You guys come here today, you pull up, you walk through the corn. What has the experience been like for you?
You know, we're right in the middle of the regular season, and we're in this daily routine of competing and performing, staying in the same city. So it's very much a shock to our schedule. We're not used to, you know, flying in the day of a game, performing, and then flying out. But, you know, for this particular game, for this day, for this moment, it is absolutely worth it, and it's, I think, one of the most special days of my Major League career.
To walk for Contreras. Yeah, let him know. Don't say anything that you shouldn't. Right? Joey, they say that you're one of the best conversations down there at first base. Who are some of your favorite conversations down there?
There's too many. There's too many. Usually it's let me tell you something. Whenever Wilson's here, he is so grumpy. He is so grumpy. He won't talk to me. And so I usually have to tell him how good of a swing it was, how much I like his game, how happy I am for him and his brother. Congratulations. No, but he's in the middle of competing, as am I, and you know, we'll catch up. There's lots of good guys. You know, Rizzo, former Cub, now Yankee. Freddie Freeman. There's too many. Pete Alonso, we had in New York, who, you know, I is as positive as it gets. You know, I mishit a ball and I got an RBI, and he said, "Hey, RBI," and I'm fuming. I'm fuming over hitting a ball, and he's like, "You got to look at the bright side."
Patrick Wisdom bangs one through the left side. And Contreras spills as he turns second and in some pain.
Hey. We're going to sit you down so you can take a look. Okay. Who's good on your butt? On your butt. Yeah. Let's take a look at you. Okay.
Doing his best to walk it off. One tough fella right there.
You never want to see anybody do that. And certainly he's doing his best to try to walk off that moment that grabs you so quickly in our game of bursts.
So Contreras is going to leave the game.
I might try now. Oh, yeah. No,
you're just letting me know.
Yeah, of course.
Good to see him doing it under his own power. Scary fall there around second. And I guess it could be because he was
right
tagged
there.
out. Hopefully he...
Yeah, right there he rolled his ankle. Right. And so you're hoping that's all he did, is just rolled it. And the worst part is the last thing he's thinking about is getting tagged out. He's just worried about his ankle.
Hopefully that becomes the worst part of it. But, he's out number one. Seiya Suzuki comes up. And takes a ball from the rookie, Nick Lodolo, who, Joey, we've been impressed with. I imagine you guys have too, watching this guy blossom in the majors.
Yeah, he's, in my opinion, I think he's got as much potential as any of the young starters of ours. And run arm!
Stolen base for Wisdom.
But it's, as you know, John, it's that first 2-3 years of your career, you see what this league is really about. It's funny. I always say that the major leagues is the easiest place to play, but you have to be equipped for it. So I found when I got called up to the major leagues that it was like the balls were better, stadiums were better, everything, the scouting, everything about the game is built to, everything about the behind the scenes and the game on the field is built for the player to succeed, but it will absolutely swallow you. It will gobble you up if you don't have the skill, if you don't have the talent to be able to handle the rigors of the dailiness of this game, because you know, an 0 for 4 turns into an 0 for 24. And with Nick, he's in that phase where he gets to find out what he's really about. you know, and he gets to learn, adapt to the league, change his game, because that's inevitable. You're going to have to make small and major adjustments in this game, and he's in that window. I'll tell you a story, because, you know, I'm out here at first base in the middle of a major league game, and I've got nothing to do right now, so I might as well tell a story.
Go for it.
I faced John in I believe my rookie year.
That's right.
And John was playing for the St. Louis Cardinals. And I didn't know I was playing. Your first ballot, right?
Yes.
I didn't know I was playing against. I knew I was facing a Hall of Fame pitcher. I didn't know he was first ballot, and that's extra special. That's you know, the inner circle type of stuff. He doesn't have to do much waiting, and so I'm a young player, and I'm angry and competitive, and John's pitching. And he did not like the way we rubbed up the balls. And
right.
He was screaming at me and the umpire and our bench. And I got to be ready over here. He'll hit the ball this way. Got to turn it over play.
Take a corner.
Yeah, like I said. And John's screaming, and I'm in the frame of mind like, you got an option. You can either be intimidated by this you know, superstar, all-time great, Hall of Fame, you know, kind of guy, or you can match it. And so I think I walked.
Well, I was worried about hitting somebody because I couldn't feel the baseball.
I remember thinking, boy, he's got a good slider. He has a good slider. At that time, your fastball wasn't quite at its peak. I think you were more 91, 92.
Yeah.
And I remember feeling like, you know what I remember from, you know, I faced Randy Johnson, I faced Maddox, I faced Mariano Yu, I faced Schilling, Mussina, and Glavine. Those are pretty much the marquee guys I faced at the very beginning of my career. And I remember something very distinct about all you guys. Every single one of you guys had exceptional command, fantastic command. And I didn't expect that.
Fly to left center field. No more is there.
You know, I thought of you guys as power guys. Power arms, power sliders. And the command that all of you had shocked me. And you know, I get to brag about that with the younger players that get to face Max Scherzer and Clayton Kershaw, and you know, I'm missing future Hall of Famers, but all the guys now that are the guys that get to face them. I had that moment, those moments with the era before. So,
well, the uniqueness for me and you is that you've transcended kind of 2 generations of the way the game's played. You've played that long, and you've adjusted in a unique way to where it was all about command and throwing the ball where we needed to throw it, and now the velocity is at such an unbelievable level, and you've survived that and really thrived through changing your game throughout your career.
I like how you slipped in your old comment in a roundabout way. Good for you, John. 1 point. 1 point.
What do I need now?
It's tough now. If you, this is what I say. If you can time a fastball and if you can lay off a breaking ball, you can command the zone, you stand a chance. But if you cannot time a fastball, this is not the league for you.
Yeah.
You cannot play in this league without being able to time the very best fastball. And, you know, the best arm, left-handed arm I faced when I was younger was Billy Wagner, who threw 95 at the time. And the best right-handed arm, you know, I can't even remember, but it was more like 95.
Yep.
And now you know, occasionally you'll look up and you'll see a 102. You know, and that's not a big deal. So.
A 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. How different is 102 from 95?
It depends. It's all about there's the deception, the spin. Right. Some of them, you know, I judge a fastball based on how often guys are making contact, less the numbers. And usually when I do my scouting, I see guys timing balls immediately. That tells me the fastball's, you know, hittable. You can't miss certain fastballs, whereas others, no matter how hard you try, it's really difficult to time them. So, you know, there's no hard and fast rule with that.
Joe, your 16th year Can we get you to 20?
I was talking to Griffey Sr. before the game, and I said, I feel good. And he said, you look good, keep going. And I said, how long did you play till? And he said, 41. And I said, how'd you feel? He goes, well, I thought I could have played till I was 43. And I said, you have any advice? He said, have fun. And I'm having a great time. I want to keep playing. Thanks for the time, guys. I got to go hit maybe a homer.
That way. Do it, Joey. Go get him. You are a great representative of this game. Thank you for doing this.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has everything you need to gear up so you can show up. With the widest selection from the hottest brands, like Nike, Jordan, Hoka, The North Face, and more. The looks you want, the backpacks you need, all under one roof. When you're running short on time, 1 hour pickup is always an option. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. With looks this good, it's never been easier to sport your style.
It's a home run.
You're a baseball fan here. Here, even up here. Only T-Mobile gives you free Wi-Fi to stream games in the air all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data in over 215 countries and destinations on us. Stay in the game with free Wi-Fi all flight long and high-speed data around the world. On the ground, in the air, or overseas. T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond the expected.
Bullet Train is the #1 movie in the world. Hey, this is nice. It's got a ticket to ride.
Stop with the sound effects.
The Chicago Sun-Times calls it one of the funniest films of the year. See what I'm doing?
You're really proud of yourself, aren't you?
Bullet Train, now playing. Rated R.
They know. They know Chipotle buys over 30 million pounds of local produce a year to support local farmers. And that these fajita veggies were cut, seasoned, and grilled fresh today. But you don't need to know all that to know that real food just tastes better. Chipotle, for real.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Back here in Dyersville, Iowa, taking you on a tour of this Field of Dreams site. We got the pre- and post-game guys having a good time. Watch out for Big Papi, Kevin Burkhardt. The best coverage in the game from our drone cam, powered by T-Mobile's 5G network. Come on back inside. Cubs and the Reds move along to the bottom of the third. How about this? Wilson Contreras is staying in the game.
Yeah, he initially, you know, that reaction you get sometimes. First of all, you can't believe you rolled your ankle when you're going around the bag, and you could tell his sense was just, let me walk it off. Telling the trainers, let me walk it off, and he walked it off. And now he's still catching.
Nick Senzel attacks the first pitch on a bounce. It's Madrigal. One pitch, one out. And Wilson Contreras was a third baseman to begin. He didn't start catching until a decade ago, and it happened one day during instructional league. He had the day off at third base and was bored, and he saw the catcher's gear laying there on the floor, decided to put it on, lumbered into the bullpen just for fun. The scouting director saw him and said, seriously, do you want to try it? And Wilson said, all right, sure, let's do it. So in the 6th inning of that day, hours after he put catcher's gear on for the first time, they put him in the game, and it went about how you would expect it to go. But very quickly, he learned to love the position, and it keyed his rise.
Well, it's a premium position. It's one of the hardest positions in all of sports to play. And the reason is the wear and tear on your body and the combination of trying to be. Now, we just had Johnny Bench, was the all-time great, right, up here, and combination of hitting and catching and eliminating the throwing game. That's just a rare commodity. And so every organization is looking for one or two, and if they get two, boy, they've got a bonus. And if you can eliminate and play defense, you can sacrifice your hitting or vice versa. And I think with the Cubs, you know, with his electricity and his personality, Who knows? Maybe he gets a chance to stay. But as we got treated to, again, the most interesting man in all of baseball.
Oh, my goodness.
Joey Votto. I've never seen a guy be talked about by so-called experts or people of the game on what he should or shouldn't be based on he's an on-base machine, right?
Strikeout of Farmer, 2 gone in the third. All right, hold that thought for just a second. Above and Beyond, sponsored by Jersey Mike's. Joey Votto, Reds ranks, one of the all-timers, 38 years old in his 16th season. And before he hits a home run, I want you to finish your thought.
And that's the reason, what we just showed. He has the rare combination of power and getting on base. And, you know, his eye to the strike zone for the most part of his career. And so the reason he's the most interesting man is some people say, oh, he's got to hit more for power or drive the runners in. And all he did for the longest time is get on base and get on base. And it's an interesting discussion. And when you talk to him, you can see his brain and the way he thinks, and that he savors the game, he savors the moment, and he really wants to be the best version of himself every single day he can, especially at the plate.
And you're so right. He's been so many different versions and elite versions of those things. He's been an elite power hitter, or he's been an elite on-base guy. At times, he's been both those things, and he's been among the leaders in MVP voting, won an MVP. But the way he's oscillated between different types of players, he's been like 5 players in one over the course of his years in the majors.
He really has. And, you know, again, the teams that he's been on sometimes determine the kind of hitter he was trying to be. And there's some really good offensive teams that he's played on over the years. And just be interesting to see how he finishes out his career in the talk of the Hall of Fame for him personally. Because I think you can make a really strong case.
I'm with you. One of the top 20 on-base percentages in baseball history.
Yeah.
Now another 2-2 to Joey. He lays off, and he's worked
and to finish the point, this is the argument that people were making in the game of baseball. 3-1, man on third, 1 out. His discipline took the base and he passed the baton on to the next guy. Some people would say hit that ground ball or drive that 3-1 pitch and drive the run in. His numbers don't lie, and that's that kind of ability right there to lay off of tough pitches and pass it on to his teammate.
Second walk issued by Smiley. That one really earned by Votto. Watch it just miss.
And in a game that obviously has become more of, you hear the words 3 true outcomes, right? You hear walk, homer, strikeout. And in 2 of those 3 true outcomes, he's about as good as he gets. To your point, getting on base, hitting for power.
Votto's aboard for Donnie Barrels, as they call him. Just 5'8". Donovan Solano made it to the major leagues with the Miami Marlins, and then a few games with the Yankees, and then 2 years where he was exclusively back in AAA before finding himself with the San Francisco Giants and getting a reputation for one of the best line drive hitters in the sport.
It was an unbelievable year he had. I mean, I don't know that a lot of people, he became a household name after that year, that's for sure. Yep. Every time he looked up, barrel and everything. I believe he got a silver slugger.
He did.
20.
He drops this one into left center field. Base hit Solano.
Well, interestingly enough, even though the year has not gone the way the Reds would like, their runners and scoring percentage batting average is pretty darn good.
#1 in baseball.
It doesn't match the way the outcome of the season has been, whereas I said that the Cubs were down the road not so good in the runners and scoring position. So maybe the Reds have some 2-out lightning under their sleeve in this inning.
Oddly, lately they've not been as good as in these situations. They got swept by the Mets this week and had their chances that they, a lot of times this year, have come through on and didn't. And tonight they've had 2 base runners in all 3 innings against Smiley, trying to crack through as the sun makes its way down. Votto at second, Solano at first, Albert Almora out in front.
That's been the pitch for Smiley. Establish the fastball, doesn't have to throw too many of them. And then notice all the swings he's getting, it's because the height of his breaking ball is starting at the height of his fastball. And any young pitcher who's trying to develop in the big leagues, they've got to take note of that. If you're up, way up, and you bounce a pitch, it doesn't do anything to big league hitters. But if you can get out of the same lane of release point like that, they can't lay off of it.
Drew Smiley, 6 strikeouts over 3 scoreless innings. It's about baseball. It's about family. Impossible to be here and watch this game and not have it evoke some kind of feeling. Perfect night in Iowa. 3-0 Cubs after 3.
Hey, babe, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man. Hey.
Open up. The redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior.
Open the door.
It's easy to forget it's a truck.
Thanks.
Nice truck. It was. Find new style. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
This pepperoni did not get here by accident. Oh, no, no. It was carefully placed here by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. And they didn't stop just because they hit the crust. They took all that pepperoni and hand-stuffed it inside. That signature pepperoni recipe giving every bite a little extra bite. A kick in every melty pull. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza, only at Papa John's.
Here's to the ones who work smarter, not harder. Because the ones who make the most of their time are the ones who are ahead of it. Cutwater, bar quality cocktails in a can.
This is more than just glass, walls, doors, and carpeted floor. It's a place to change the world. LoopNet, the most popular place to find a space.
Tonight's telecast is presented by Geico and sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. And by Budweiser Zero. Full flavor, 0% alcohol, 100% on your game. MLB.TV is now $64.99. Watch all out-of-market regular season games live or on demand. Plus, MLB Big Inning. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Cubs got 3 2-out runs in the first inning. And that's where the game's still at, 3-0 as we go to the 4th. That's a new second baseman for Cincinnati. Remember, Jonathan India fouled a ball hard off his shin. Matt Reynolds has replaced him. Strike one on Nelson Velasquez.
Well, Nick has hung in there. I know, giving up those 3 runs in the first inning, he settled down and getting a little bit more inside conscious to make that breaking ball a little more effective.
No. 1-1 strike. So Lodolo, a lefty who does just about everything else right-handed. He was even a right-handed quarterback.
Really?
Yeah. Sharp ground ball through. Leadoff base hit Nelson Velasquez. So his parents, when he was 2 or 3 years old, noticed him picking tennis balls and baseballs up with his left hand and throwing them. And they're thinking, this is interesting. We don't have any lefties in the family, and he's doing everything else with his right hand. But he kept on picking up baseball with his left hand, kept on throwing them with his left hand, doing everything else right-handed. He swings a bat left-handed. He swings a golf club left-handed. But he writes. He throws footballs. He one time was having a game of catch with his dad outside of his brother's water polo practice. And the water polo coach saw him and said, you could be good at this. Get in here. And lefties are particularly good at water polo. And he gets in the water. and they throw him the ball, and he throws it with his right hand. Like, okay, what are we doing? So we're not a lefty. We're in the water, just on the mound, and yeah. They even tried to get him to throw left-handed as a quarterback because he wasn't throwing real well with his right hand. He threw a complete duck. How is that possible?
Well, the release point, two totally different things, but I can tell you that this young man's got pretty good balance then, because most pitchers do not have the equilibrium on the other side. They have a dominant one side, and it seems like that gives him a leg up for being totally balanced, even from an injury prevention standpoint. Now, let's face it, being left-handed in this game is a huge advantage on the mound.
Being left-handed, being 6'6", he's drawn a lot of comparisons from guys that have faced him to Chris Sale.
Yeah, same kind of release point. I mean, Chris Sale can go a little bit lower with his release point and fling his whole body and kind of give everything he's got every single time. But I like what Joey Votto said, and just the realization, this is a huge year for guys, even when they're not competing for playoff spots, because this is when you learn the most as a big league pitcher. This is the best on-the-job training you can get, and we all had to go through it.
Velasquez runs, hit and run, throwback game, first and third for the Cubs. Kind of play that fits beautifully on this field.
Yeah, you don't see this very often, but it's the run first, hit second. Trust your hitter's going to put it in play. It's really not stealing, it's running and hitting, and then thus the hit and run. And I think the perfect scenario there for the count and the batter and the runner. First and third, nobody out.
So the Cubs in business, already up 3-0. Monarch is television's most anticipated new drama. The first family of country music will do anything to protect their legacy. Starring Susan Sarandon, Trace Atkins, Anna Friel. Don't miss the unforgettable series premiere of Monarch, Sunday, September 11th on Fox. The Cubs are wearing the uniforms of the 1920s Cubs team that would love watching that play. Worn by guys like the Hall of Famer Hack Wilson, Christopher Morel. Cracks his bat on a flare to third that Farmer grabs. The back of the bag is Velasquez, one away.
Now that's what they call in your kitchen. And I believe he got in the kitchen with a breaking ball that broke the bat, and it's the perfect remedy other than a strikeout. With first and third, nobody out. Now you know if you throw a quality sinker or a good pitch down, there's the in the kitchen. I mean, that's just above the hands. You get a chance to get out of this inning and get a double play ball right here.
Top of the order, Nick Madrigal, who's 0 for 2.
I would be off speed first pitch and see if Nick's going to be really aggressive on the first pitch and try to ground one to the infielder, roll over the top of it. That's the way you're thinking if you're going to be the pitcher. Now, if you're the hitter, you're thinking completely different. I'm looking for a ball up that I can drive, and I'm trying my best to not hit the ball on the ground.
Velasquez at third, Higgins at first. First one to Madrigal is on the corner, strike one.
Good pitch and good discipline. If he's aggressive and he swings at that pitch, there's not a lot of good things that are going to happen for him. So hitters that are patient with runners in scoring position can win out over the aggressiveness, unless there's a mistake thrown, over the aggressive hitter that wants it to happen so fast that he actually grounds into that double play.
There's a bunt down foul.
So what that was, we're getting a chance to see it all right here. What that was is a safety squeeze. And what a safety squeeze is, first of all, it's indefensible. You square around, the runner reads the bunt, which is going to be anywhere between the pitcher's mound and first base. You get it out and you get a run every time. But we don't see it that often, and it's rarely practiced. That was another perfect opportunity. If he squares around, puts it in play, RBI, and the old safety squeeze.
They used to call that scientific baseball. around in the 1890s, the old Baltimore Orioles. Go lines the ball to center field. Senzel plays it on a bounce. And the Cubs lead 4-0 as Velasquez comes in to score. That kind of swing will work in any era.
Yes, he got a breaking ball up over the plate. And again, the young man for the Reds, Nick, is going to learn that these kind of pitches with 2 strikes can't be in the middle of the strike zone. And he'll get there because he's got all the quality stuff. And a good job by the hitter to take advantage of it. And another RBI with a runner in scoring position for the Cubs.
Still just one gone. They're first and second for Contreras.
And the reason I was saying, this is a great learning opportunity, Maddox, myself, and Glavine, we all got beat up. I mean, everyone kind of remembers the end of the career and where it ended up in the Hall of Fame. That wasn't the case early on. There was no projection that was putting us on a Hall of Fame trajectory. It was what we had to learn and what the painful lessons of losing a lot of games before we learned how to win. Glavine almost lost 20. Maddox almost lost 20. In my first year, I got 2 wins and 11 losses in my first full season, or 2-7 in my first call-up opportunity. So these are all part of good things if you allow them to be, as an organization is looking to develop these young men into, frontline starters.
Bill to Contreras for the 1-1. That's on the inside corner. The old cliche that you win or you learn, right?
Yeah.
It's only a failure. It's only a loss if you don't learn from it, if you don't grow from it.
No doubt. And some can handle it, but then we're also in a fast-paced society that in the big leagues that either have it or you don't. And if you don't, you go to the bullpen. You're not given that length of time, especially on teams that are asked to win right away or the pressure to win right away.
Contreras swats this one to right. Aquino will make the grab. Third. Here's a great throw to get him.
That man, I think that's 6 putouts, but 5 putouts at home plate. He has a cannon.
Wow, Aristides Aquino.
This is an SOS from Nova.
Everything is disappearing.
Our outpost on Earth, Epcot, is in danger.
Hey, Quill, this thing is so broken. Quill, you seeing this? Quill! Well, you heard the lady. Get to Epcot. It's Save the Galaxy time. Again.
Bravo!
For buying a treadmill?
You use the Quicksilver card from Capital One. It's simple, with no annual fee and unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere. That makes you the hero of every purchase.
Yeah.
And heroes don't take the stairs.
Is this a parachute?
What's in your wallet?
She's eating the rocket.
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
We got the house! We did it!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Mattress Firm's Black Friday Now sale has exclusive summer deals you can't miss. For a limited time, save up to $600 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase. Or shop Tempur-Pedic, the most highly recommended bed in America. And get a $300 instant gift good towards sleep accessories. Plus, get 0 interest for 60 months. With our Love Your Mattress guarantee, get the lowest price and 120 nights to sleep on it. Only at Mattress Firm.
T-Mobile keeps you in the game whether you're down here or up here. Because T-Mobile lets you stream games in the air with free Wi-Fi all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data on us. T-Mobile, coverage beyond the expected.
Geico is donating tickets to honor military members and their families at Major League stadiums around the country through the Geico Seats for Service program. Today we welcome the USA Patriots, America's amputee softball team, comprised of athletic veterans who have lost limbs defending our nation. They travel the country playing competitive and exhibition softball games. And they are here at Heaven on Earth, Dyersville, Iowa. We are joined by the Cubs left fielder Ian Happ. Hi, Ian.
Hey, fellas, how are we?
Doing all right. Hey, happy early birthday, first of all.
Thank you very much. Off day on the birthday is pretty rare.
Not that. And you get to spend the day before playing a baseball game in the middle of a cornfield.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful out here, huh?
How is it compared to what you were expecting?
I wasn't expecting it to be so close to the original set. I think that's pretty awesome to be able to walk through the corn and right over there, and perfect night for it, huh?
Yeah, you're right about that. Aristides Aquino leading this inning off, fouls it off.
What's the biggest adjustment you had to make just from the ball off the bat? I know the shadows and early on, but how's the aesthetics from your eyes out in left field?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's a high sky, actually, which I don't know if we've had one of those since Arizona in spring training. And it's... did he go? Yes, he did. It's a little different. And then the way the sun was in the first couple innings, it was like looking back. I had a really nice route on that Votto ball, didn't I?
Had it all along.
Yeah. I think if you just take more steps and run around, StatCast likes you more, so I'm going to do that.
You got that right.
Yeah. 4-0 game, bottom of the fourth. Aquino down on strikes. Jose Barrero to the plate. Strike one. What kind of, because it seems like everybody we talk to, and we feel it ourselves too, but what kind of emotions does this stir up for you being here?
Yeah, it's so cool. It honestly, coming in from the airport, brought me back to summer ball. And you know, Midwest, I grew up in Pittsburgh, so we would drive to Ohio, to Indiana, to Illinois, to Michigan, and play summer ball tournaments. And so, you know, pulling up through the cornfields into a place like this and being able to play baseball brings back a lot of those memories.
They're actually, I don't know if you heard this, Ian, but there's discussions about expanding this site and turning it into this giant complex where they can hold tournaments for Little League players.
That would be so cool. Yeah. I mean, just such a beautiful place. And you know, I got to play in Des Moines for a while, and the baseball fans in Iowa, how much they love the game. It's awesome. It's a really great baseball state.
2 up, 2 down. Drew Smiley really rolling. 4-0 game here in the fourth.
Hey, I want to ask you, I mean, I obviously played with Chipper Jones, but what's your biggest take when you're switch hitting? What I mean, you focus on both sides of the plate, but what is the biggest takeaway when you're a player that's able to switch hit?
Yeah, for me, it's all about kind of treating myself as two different hitters. I think a lot about, you know, not trying to blur the lines, because it's so easy for one thing to be working from one side of the plate and try to carry that over and mess up the other one. And so I try to really separate them, and it's taken time to learn that at this level for sure.
No. Is that the biggest thing we've seen this year, Ian? I mean, your numbers against left-handers have taken off. Has it been just kind of figuring out how to handle doing it?
Yeah, you know, kind of a change second half of last year in approach and confidence. I actually went from a 34 from the right side to a 33.5, and that made a big difference for me, just in back control from the right side.
Well, we appreciate you spending some time with us. Enjoy tonight, okay?
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might have the wish I wish tonight.
When you wish upon a star.
Disney's Pinocchio, rated PG, streaming soon on Disney+.
Right now, it could seem like the only people who matter are the loudest. Those who want to tear things down and then fly away on their own personal spaceships when things get hard. But we've got 182,000 people, and they're building big things, new things, things that will change the way we do things. And you might not know their names, but these people get up every day, working together to move us all forward.
After talking and texting for years, we got married for the family plan.
And then we really expanded our family for the wireless savings.
It seemed like the responsible thing to do.
And then, just yesterday, my sister told me about Visible.
Yeah, get unlimited data for as low as $25 a month. No family needed.
Family plan savings without the family. Get Visible. Single line wireless with unlimited data for as low as $25 a month.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
A little sweet, a little spicy. All new. Planters, a nut above.
Subway's dropping 12 new subs for the all-new Subway Series menu.
Let's hear about this number 7 pick from a former number 7 pick.
Juicy rotisserie style chicken? You should have been number 1.
This isn't about the sandwich, is it, Chuck? It's not.
The new Subway Series. What's your pick?
Welcome back to MLB at Field of Dreams, presented by Geico. All Cubs so far. They got 3 in the first. They got 1 in the fourth. And here we go to the top of the 5th. The rookie Nick Lodolo to face the heart of the Cubs lineup here. It's Wisdom to lead off. No. Takes ball 1.
Did a good job, for the most part, getting ahead of the hitters, the Cub hitters, but he's had a much more difficult time putting them away in what would be pitcher counts. And it just comes with it. Like, I remember I got tagged with the 0-2-3-2 guy, meaning I got 0-2, but then it was 3-2 before action happened. And I learned to make that happen a little bit sooner, because you can be too fine. You can you get caught up sometimes when you're young, like, don't make an 0-2 mistake. Don't give up a hit with 2 strikes. You hear all these different terms. And Maddox was the best at saying, I can get outs in 3 pitches. They don't even have to be strikeouts. And he was the best at attacking the zone and attacking the weakness of the hitter.
No. That's how you get a complete game type named after you. Maddox, complete game under 100 pitches.
No doubt.
0-2-3-2 guy, huh?
I was. And I want to just apologize to all my veteran catchers early on, because I led the league in wild pitches too. So I'm apologizing for all the beating up that I used to do.
Well, the 0-2-3-2 guy became a first ballot Hall of Famer, so I think they'll forgive you.
I'm going to learn how to fly a drone. I'm convinced after today, I'm going to learn.
Be a little hobby next to golf.
Yeah.
Strike 3 called. Those got 4 of those looking today for the 5 total.
And I keep learning things when I get to Iowa. I just do. I learn different things that I didn't know before.
What else you got?
Well, I told you about the corn experience. I was naive to think that corn out in the outfield was edible. It's not. It's for feed.
Okay.
I learned those drones are amazing, and they can fly through a window the size of a car.
Straight on Suzuki. Okay, so we got the corn thing, we got the drone thing. Suzuki. I feel like there's more.
Oh, there is more.
Okay.
There is more.
All right. How about after Suzuki hits, you take me?
Let's break it down after Suzuki hits. I think America needs to know these things about the great place of Iowa. Did my research.
No. You know he's working long at bat. We're just going to sit here, just be the edge of the cliff.
It's going to surprise you.
I hope, with all this buildup.
It is going to surprise you. It surprised me.
Did he go? 2-2. I got one for you while we wait.
Okay.
Do you know Iowa's the home of the first computer?
Did not know that.
There you go. Put that in your file. In the 1930s at Iowa State University, it was 750 pounds. Not exactly low profile. Full count. We learned yesterday that the Hogs outnumber the people. And there are 3 million people, 4 times as many Hogs.
And no pun intended, I am trying to digest that one because that just doesn't seem possible.
3-2 to Suzuki is fouled off. Yeah, we do this all tongue-in-cheek, but this is an amazing place. It really is just a beautiful, beautiful place with the nicest people you're going to find. Suzuki's made us wait. 3-2 is ball 4. What else do you got about Iowa?
All right, so here we go. I mean, this is My America Iowa edition. And look, the largest popcorn ball is here. The largest. Okay. Davenport, birthplace of sliced bread. Who doesn't like bread? Right? Lamar's, the town, produces 150 million gallons of ice cream. Now that's my love.
Yeah.
And then here's what blows me away. Read that. More golf courses per capita than any state in the nation.
Man.
So you wouldn't know that.
No, I do now. So in addition to this beautiful complex, these wonderful people, you got another reason to love it with the golf.
Oh, sure do.
Nico Horner takes a ball. Horner's 1 for 2, knocked in a run in the first inning and flied to left. Well, you're a big food guy. I got one more for you.
Okay.
How about this new item? Ready?
I have a feeling I'm going to want to crush this. Are we bringing it in?
I think so. I think so. No?
No, we're going to show them.
Show a picture?
We're going to show them, yeah. We bring it in, we got no chance.
Yeah, we had some Dairy Queen earlier. It's called the Finisher. So I think it's going to be the last thing you eat. It's a ball, and it's 3-0. Boom! At the Iowa State Fair, it's a potato with brisket, pork, bacon, mac and cheese, barbecue sour cream, and just to give it a little flavor, some garlic rub butter.
Oof, man, I'm telling you. $10, that's a steal.
Right? There's several meals. Ball 4. Ball 4. I'm looking around the booth. Where's the finisher? Bringing in a finisher. It's a couple hours away at the Iowa State Fair. You can go here and grab it. Got all kinds of spots to grab food. We went and got ice cream last night, and I thought the lady wasn't going to serve us when I brought up the idea we might get some Dairy Queen. We found out we were having soft serve. You couldn't decide what to have, so you got 3 scoops.
I did.
3 different kinds.
I'm telling you, the ice cream's my go-to.
Yeah.
I need to stop going to it at this point in my life, but it's the go-to, and what young kid doesn't like good ice cream?
Young kid, old kid, we all like it. You scream, I scream, right?
That's right. Well, right now, Nick has lost his release point. First time in the game, really, he's struggled to command any one of his 3 pitches, and he's got to get back in the strike zone.
Strike on Hap. Joel will get close to 100 pitches as he faces the all-star left fielder who took the time to visit with us last inning. Suzuki at second, Horner at first. No. 1 ball, 1 strike. Villa making his 10th major league start after just 21 minor league starts. Seventh overall pick out of TCU. Pitched in 8 games in his first year as a pro. The next year, none of the minor leaguers had a season. That was 2020. So he comes back in 2021, but he misses a lot of the year with injuries. And then debuts in April. Missed a couple months this year with a back injury, but since coming back, really outside of one rough start against the Cardinals, has been exceptional.
Yeah, tough home park for him to pitch, so the elevated ERA, you're never going to worry about it there because that's a hitter's paradise. See if he elevates a pitch here where Happ has struggled, and most of his strikeouts have been in the upper part of the zone, up above the zone. It's right in there. And that's what you do following the scouting report, right? You just get that pitch. When you learn how to get that pitch over the middle of the plate, but get it above the strike zone, almost above the belt, and see if that particular hitter can stay off the pitch that the scouting report tells you he hasn't been able to for the most part during the year.
Back foot's the breaker to get him. 2 gone in the 5th.
Well, this one had real tight late spin that he was able to strike him out on. And this may be the last batter he faces, and he comes out. If he's going to come out, he's going to come out with a strikeout and really battled to keep the score where it was.
He will finish his night with his 6th strikeout. Back in a moment.
I have moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, so I'm taking Zeposia, a once-daily pill, because I won't let UC stop me from being me.
Zeposia can help people with UC achieve and maintain remission, and it's the first and only S1P receptor modulator approved for UC. Don't take Zeposia if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke or mini stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat not corrected by a pacemaker, if you have untreated severe breathing problems during your sleep, or if you take medicines called MAOIs. Zeposia may cause serious side effects, including infections that can be life-threatening and cause death, slow heart rate, liver or breathing problems, increased blood pressure, macular edema, and swelling and narrowing of the brain's blood vessels. Though unlikely, a risk of PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, medications, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. If you can become pregnant, use birth control during treatment and for 3 months after you stop taking Zeposia. Don't let UC stop you from doing you. Ask your doctor about once daily Zeposia.
This game can't be contained by a stadium or boxed in by a flat screen. The spirit of baseball is all around us. And wherever it's being celebrated, MasterCard is there. When the game belongs to all of us, priceless.
This is a charged lemonade from Panera, and it's a force of nature. A delicious boost of plant-based caffeine from guarana and green coffee extract. Enjoy these and more when you join Panera's Unlimited Sip Club.
We are the first family of country music, protecting the legacy no matter what happens.
This family's hanging on to a lot of secrets. Never dull moment.
Can hold my body down.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
MLB's RBI program is designed to provide youth in underserved communities with low-cost opportunities to play baseball and softball. You can get more information at MLB.com/RBI. These are the winners from yesterday's game that we got to watch, John. The Chicago RBI program beat the Reds RBI team 12-7. 14 and under division. Ball 1 from Buck Farmer.
Yeah, another perfect name for a game like this. He's going to throw his fastball around 95 miles an hour, and he's going to have his curveball and changeup for his 2 off-speed pitches.
It's 1-0 to Nelson Velasquez. No. A little bit outside, ball 2. Farmer in his 9th season. First one with the Reds. Spent the first 8 years with the Detroit Tigers. Bouncing ball to third. Picked up by the other Farmer. Kyle across the diamond to end the inning. Well, on May 26, we lost renowned actor Ray Liotta, who played Shoeless Joe, of course, in Field of Dreams, and who better than Kevin Costner to pay tribute to him.
When Ray died back in May, I reminisced about how our batting practice moment together was not a stunt. It was real, and it happened as you saw it. I said that God gave us that stunt that night, and now God has Ray.
Yeah, you can hit the curveball.
Long live Shoeless Joe, and long live Ray.
It's a home run.
If you shop at Walmart, you know that a little can go a long way. And with thousands of new rollbacks, you can make it go way further. So you could spend even less to get even more, to make life even better.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with night sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
We found the boys. They're alive.
Based on the incredible true story.
How do you think we're gonna get those kids out?
From Academy Award winner Ron Howard.
We could use a couple more divers.
Witness the most daring rescue.
The whole thing is insane. We're desperate.
That brought the world together.
It's our only chance.
13 Lives. Rated PG-13. Now streaming.
We are the first family of country music. Protecting the legacy no matter what happens.
This family's hanging on to a lot of secrets.
Never dull moment.
No grave can hold my body down.
Commissioner Rob Manfred in attendance here in Dyersville, Iowa. Another beautiful night for this beautiful display of this sport. 4-0 Cubs ahead. They got 3 in the first, 1 in the fourth. Drew Smyly, meanwhile, has been rolling.
He's been unbelievable. A ton of swing and misses, 15 to be exact, and that's a season high. And that's the one thing the Reds in their offense, you know, they are very susceptible to swing and miss, strike out, and you would understand that with some young, you know, batters as they develop and continue to progress.
Matt Reynolds, first at bat of the game for him. He's in there for Jonathan India, who left after fouling a ball off his shin. Quickly 0-2. 8 strikeouts, season high for Drew. This is back-to-back excellent start. 6 2/3 against Miami on Saturday. David Ross said he pitched like a different guy.
Well, the key, again, like any other pitcher, if you throw enough strikes with your fastball, you can get them eaten out of your hand on your off-speed pitches. Just make them look like strikes, make them end up as a ball. And he's been doing that just every time we look up. He gets the 2 strikes, and more than likely he puts the hitter away.
Is 1-2. Is poked right side, and it finds its way through. Madrigal had a long way to go, couldn't get there. Leadoff base hit for Matt Reynolds. For more on Drew Smyly, here's Ken.
Well, Joe, as John well knows, starting pitchers are not normally talkative on the days they pitch, certainly not to reporters. But Drew Smyly was downright chatty today. He was loose. He was excited to pitch. And, guys, guess how he got ready to pitch this game last night? By rewatching Field of Dreams.
Coming here with his family today.
That's pretty cool. And Kenny's right. Most of us really good athletes that pitched. All pitchers are good athletes, so in case
that's right.
In case you're wondering. No, it's this stored up energy that you have for that day. And based on your personality, I've played with so many, can't talk to them the day they pitch, and then they're goofballs for 4 days. And it's nice to see every once in a while when you can have fun and do the game you love and grew up trying to play, you know, as a little tyke.
Nick Senzel takes high 1-1. Did you ease up at all in your, as your career went on?
I didn't mind talking to anybody.
You were good.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I wanted guys talking to me during the game as a regular game. Like, I didn't have many opportunities at a no-hitter, but you know what happens with a no-hitter. Everyone avoids you, and they don't get near you. They don't switch seats. And I would create conversations because that made me feel like I didn't want to be on an island. And so the hardest part for being a professional pitcher in the big leagues is the time that leads up to the game.
Swing and a miss. Ninth strikeout for Smyly. Up the second goes Reynolds.
Right there. And it's up to the individual and how they want to bypass that time. And, you know, you really think about, you wake up and then you wait the entire day to get ready to pitch.
The runner at second, one gone. His road to Iowa. 28 different catchers that he's had in his career. We talked about him bouncing around after there's some stability early on. Broke in with the Tigers, was one of the best young starters in the American League. Strike one on Farmer. And then traded to Tampa Bay. And from the time he had his Tommy John surgery moving forward, the Phillies, the Rangers, the Giants, the Braves, and actually this is his technically second time around with the Cubs. When he was rehabbing from Tommy John in 2018, he was technically a Cub, pitched in one game in the minors for them. And was always bummed that he didn't get a chance to actually pitch for the Cubs when he had the opportunity to sign with them this winter. So yeah, kind of comes full circle. Jumped at that chance.
Well, this is the role I'm sure he loves more, the starting role versus the come out of the bullpen role.
That's what he did in the postseason for the Braves last year.
Yeah, when you have a starter mentality, I mean, certainly to pitch in the big leagues, you'll do whatever you can, but you want to find a spot where you can lock in and once every 5 days be able to perform your craft. There's nothing better than that and the structure of it because you know everything that you have to do. There's no surprises as a starting pitcher. Quite the opposite when you're a reliever.
Yeah.
Everything's a surprise. There are no structures and no thing, 1, 2, or 3 things that are the same.
Some guys feed off that.
Yeah, it's an adrenaline rush. It's unique to their personality. You got to have a bad memory. There's a lot of things that could qualify you that would make you a good reliever, but
scrapes that one off. 2 out.
How old? 10 months.
Reds trying to get on the board. They trail 4-0 as Joey Votto comes to the plate, and we check in with Tom.
Well, Joe, earlier you were talking about Joey's ability to get on base. If you look at his career on base percentage and slugging percentage, the hitter he most resembles is Shoeless Joe Jackson. Their numbers are almost identical. Joey's a student of history. I brought that to his attention today. 2 guys named Joe, and he said also left-handed hitters. And he pointed out, you might have noticed in that clip with Ray Liotta, late Ray Liotta batting right-handed. Well, he had tried for a month to develop a passable left-handed stroke, and it just wasn't convincing enough. The director, Phil Alden Robinson, told him, don't worry about the historical accuracy. Swing it from the right side. I told Joey that story, and he said, if you give me a month, I can do anything except act like Ray Liotta. We lost a great one.
It's funny, you know, there were critics about that. Wait a minute, Shoeless Joe was left-handed. What's the character hitting right-handed for? And the comeback from the writer and the producer was always, well, yeah, you know, he's also dead at this point. So, like, you're suspending some belief on this, right? If it's a guy, it's a ghost coming out of a cornfield playing baseball, he didn't have to be accurate in his handedness. One ball, 2 strikes on Votto. Now takes high, 2-2.
Joey, when he was perfectly healthy, strong lower body, hits in that semi-squat where he would just crush a baseball. And he's had some lower leg injuries, and I'm sure adjusting to age and time.
Lifts this ball in the air to center field for Christopher Morel, and that ends the inning.
Rhaenyra Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne.
I will not be a tyrant and rule through terror.
You see her for what she is.
We are family! This fighting must cease!
Finding the perfect developer isn't easy, but at Upwork, we found her. She's in Prague, between the ideal cup of coffee and a truly impressive synthesizer collection. And you can find her right now on Upwork.com. When the world is your workforce, finding the perfect project manager, designer, developer, or whomever you may need tends to fall right into place. Find top-rated talent who can start today on Upwork.com.
That big old TV with just a little lean. You deserve a delicious Dr. Pepper.
I do?
Oh, yeah, and you're not the only one. Maybe you got the kids to school.
But I was 20 minutes late.
Oh, Mama, parenting is hard. And your sweet kids are doing great.
I just passed this test that proves I'm not a bot.
Not a bot, so hot.
He knows. He knows Chipotle's chicken is responsibly raised without antibiotics. And that Carlos here grills it fresh all day long. But you don't need to know all that to know that real food just tastes better. Chipotle, for real.
Back here in Iowa, where it's been all Cubs so far. They got 3 runs in the first inning, 1 run in the 4th. Everybody having fun, though. 4-0. Return to Field of Dreams after the memorable 2021 matchup. 4-0 in this one as we take a look at our Budweiser game summary. Drew Smyly's been fantastic. 9 strikeouts, season high for him. Most in 2 years for him over just 5 innings. And we move along to the 6th. P.J. Higgins leads it off. Swings at the first pitch, launches it up into the darkening sky where Nick Senzel waits for it to come down, makes the catch. Speaking of good Cubs pitching, that's the understatement of the night. The Hall of Famer, Fergie Jenkins. Appreciate you taking the time to visit on what is visit number 4 for you here to Dyersville, huh?
Yeah. I was here right after the movie with Mudcat Grant and a few players. Then a year later, Reggie and Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, Pepitone. There was a bunch of, I think it was a group of people that wanted to put it on again and go against the Ghosts.
What does this place do for you? When you're here, what do you feel?
You know, it's really nice. This would be a great minor league park. You know, I played in some ballparks where there's rocks in the infield. This is a great manicured park. But I just think the teams that come here and want to play, I mean, there's so much history here, especially they made a movie out of the basically the first diamond where I played.
Yeah.
I mean, there was balls hit into the corner. They're probably still out there.
Right. We were talking about that earlier, especially in like BP today. You'd be finding balls in that corn for decades. It's 2-1 on Christopher Morel.
When you were pitching, and obviously you pitched in a ton of parks, what was the best feature on the mound? Did you like the close backstop? Like, I always felt like, especially at Wrigley Field, I felt like I was right on top of the hitter when the backstop and the dugouts were so close.
Yeah.
What was it for you?
That's an important thing for a pitcher. Crosby Field was like that. The old ballpark, or the ballpark, Jerry in Montreal, Parc Jarry. But I felt comfortable just getting on the mound, taking those warm-up pitches, and having Randy Hundley set up. You know, so many times I tell people the catcher is so important to a pitcher.
How did Johnny Bench receive that first pitch tonight? Did he catch that pretty nice?
No, it bounced a little bit. I haven't thrown. I stopped fantasy camps years ago, and I don't throw as much anymore. I'm glad he was able to catch the one hop.
Yeah. These Cubs and these Reds have faced off for a long, long time. What was it like facing some of those big red machine lineups he was part of?
You know, when I came back to the National League, the Red Machine was still popular. But earlier than that, you know, Ken Griffey Sr. was a leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
And then Rose hit third. Then came May, and then Perez, and Tommy Helms. I just think that, and Bench was in there too, maybe fifth or sixth. But, you know, when you face good ball clubs, you got to have your act together. So Cincinnati was one of those teams. You can't give up runs early. Pitching against Maloney or whoever McCool or whoever the pitcher was. Hey, I got to stay in the game to make sure our ball club's got a chance to win.
Yeah. What's it like these days, Fergie, going to Wrigley Field and you see these statues lined up with the Cubs? Great, and then there you are.
Well, you know, I was hired by the Cubs like 8-9 years ago with Tom Ricketts, and he phoned me a year ago and said, "We're going to do a statue. Can I get your permission?" I said, "Go right ahead."
Your opinion, I love it.
Go right ahead. Yeah. And they had about half a dozen shots of me pitching, and I said, you know, the best shot of me is the Sports Illustrated cover, because you can see the uniform logo and the hat. Because I used to keep my glove up, getting ready to field balls if they were hit up the middle. But that shot there of me throwing a changeup, and I can't even recall what team it was, but I was throwing quite a few changeups that particular day. And I'm not sure if I even won the ball game, but that's a changeup grip in the statue.
Wow. Base hit for Nick Madrigal. And here's Wilson Contreras. Tough guy here. I don't know if you saw his tumble earlier in the game. Really bad, but stays in.
When he rounded the bat, he lost footing and turned his ankle. Oh, man, that's all he needs to get hurt. He's the backbone of this team. I mean, he's a good young catcher. And I always thought the catcher is my backbone. We go over the hitters prior to the game or prior to of a new series. He's calling everything. If I don't like it, I just shake it off. But I come back maybe the same pitch. But he knows these young guys. I mean, you got to have a smart catcher. You know that yourself.
No doubt. You know, as a visiting player, I mean, we fell into the allure. You got a chance to pitch many games, of course, at Wrigley Field. Did you find yourself checking that flagpole every time you had to start?
When I came off the outer drive, I could tell which way the wind. When I got into Belmont, I could tell which way the wind blowing.
Did it change the way you went about? Okay.
I used to tell myself I got to jam right-hand hitters, just hard in, and then pitch away. And I was very successful. I had good control away with that slider and the cutter or the sinker. But I mean, Randy Hundley, as I said, would call certain pitches. We'd come in on guys that we knew were going to challenge me away. And I had some success.
There were games when I took BP because I thought it'd be fun with the wind blowing out, and then I realized this is not fun. If I'm hitting homers, right, that means the real hitters,
right,
are going to have a field day.
But you got any ballpark that the wind blows out. You know, even Fenway, they have a wind factor late in the game in there. And then when I pitched to Turnpike Stadium in Arlington, holy smokes, you couldn't tell. The wind, the different times, the wind would like gust the first 2 innings, and then it would be gusting in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
So you say, oh man, I can't make a mistake. And I had a lot of complete ball games, but you just got to keep telling yourself, one pitch at a time, one hit at a time, one out at a time.
Yeah. The place I had the most problems was Candlestick because it could change every 3 innings.
Then the dust devils going around.
Yeah. The delayed steal. Magical's going to get second.
You know, that ballpark there taught me the best lesson ever. You know, there's only 3 teams in the Valley in the Cactus League. It was San Francisco, Oakland, and the Cubs. And Willie McCovey was a different hitter in spring training compared to on the road and in Candlestick Park. When we got in there, and you say to yourself, God, I can't afford to make mistakes to right field. The wind blows out that way. He hit a ball off me that was just a little left of the flagpole. It went over the player parking lot into the fan parking lot. And I said, I cannot pitch down and away again. Pitch hard in.
That's what Buck Farmer did right there. Fouled off by Contreras. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You were an intimidating presence, right? Like, I would think guys would get into that box and be like, oh boy, oh no. Did you know that, and did you feed off of that?
A lot of times, I never left the mound. You know, I didn't walk around the mound and do a whole lot of kicking dirt and all that stuff. I stayed right on the rubber, and Randy and I had that rapport. Take the sign and pitch. Take the sign and pitch. And I tell young pitchers all the time, I never had anybody steal my signs. A lot of times, men on base, you couldn't see the rosin bag. Nobody on base, the rosin bag was right at the top. Now you can't do that anymore. They don't want the rosin bag. It says it confuses the hitter. And then when I had Pat Corrales in Philly, we had 3 signs: shin guard, chest protector, face mask.
You're a legend, Fergie. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Thanks, man.
All right, good enough.
It's Baseball Night in America, Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Coming? The Volkswagen Taos. German engineering everyone can get into. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today to learn more about the 2022 Taos, starting at $23,495. Limited inventory available.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Incoming! Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Heavy-duty pulling power. To conquer the high road or the off-road. The GMC Sierra Heavy Duty. Premium and capable.
Sierra heavy-duty models are arriving weekly at your local GMC dealers. Available for immediate delivery with 0% financing.
Ready, set, let's go! Remember playing with friends? Let's do that. Outside fun with family? More of that, please. Mom's still wearing PJs. That's awesome. Glad we're all staying healthy. Grandpa seems happier too. Together, let's live well. Advocate Aurora Health.
Life gets bigger when you break from the herd. The Volkswagen Tiguan. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today to learn more about the versatile 2022 Tiguan. Limited inventory available.
Jennifer Hudson co-hosting Good Day Chicago, Monday morning on Fox 32.
The #1 most watched regular season window in all of college football is Big Noon Saturday, and it doesn't get bigger than #1 Alabama and Texas. September 10th, Start every Saturday with Big Noon Kickoff, followed by the day's best matchup all season long, only on Fox. Bottom of the 6th inning, we're getting closer to a special 7th inning stretch you're not going to want to miss.
No, you are not.
Only could happen in a place like this, a magical place, the Field of Dreams. Michael Rucker on to pitch for the Cubs. Drew Smiley was awesome tonight. Over his last 2 outings, 11 2/3 scoreless innings. That is ball 1 on Donovan Solano from Rucker. Spent some time in AAA, spent some time on the injured list. 4 games in August at the big league level, though. Hasn't given anything up. Swings one in for a strike, and it's 1-1.
If they're working with PitchCom, they need a lot of numbers because Mr. Rucker's got it all. Fastball, cutter, slider, curveball, and a changeup.
You know, Yu Darvish, one of the reasons he was reluctant to use it was they couldn't get enough buttons out there for his number of pitches.
He literally throws a combination of upwards to 11 different pitches. Now, some of those are variations of the same pitch, but it's amazing when I watched a podcast of him going through and explaining the evolution of what he tries to do with each pitch, and he can make one look like 3. So there's how you get all those different pitches.
Yeah. Solano fouls it off, and it's 2-2. 5, 6, and 7 coming up for the Reds here. Almora and Aquino to follow. The Reds offense has struggled lately. A pretty nice spurt around the All-Star game, but 2.5 runs since the break per game.
There's some guys, and he's one of them. I mean, every hitter eventually is going to get off balance, but he looks so in balance and in charge of the batter's box. And obviously, I can't get a hit every single time he comes up, but his presence impresses me.
On a payoff pitch, pokes on the right center field. His second knock of the night.
And see, that's a perfect example, if we get a chance to see that replay, of how he stays inside the ball. And by staying inside the ball, that means your approach is center to right center. And if the ball leaks in the inner half, you're going to pull your hands and pull the ball. But what he was able to do on a 3-2 pitch is watch how he waits and then gets the barrel of the bat, thinks the other way. And that is perfect textbook hitting. In a day and age where everyone's trying to hit homers, this guy looks like he could be a hit machine for some years to come.
Strike 1 on Albert Almora. Yeah, conspicuously missing from this game. Home runs. There were 8 of them last year.
Yeah, temperature has something to do with it. I learned something from going on the Weather Channel about heat, humidity, and corn stalks.
Okay.
And when it's hot and humid, the corn stalks emit or send off more humidity and heat in the ball. Last year, I'm telling you, was jumping so much that it almost felt like there was a wind tunnel, but the ball and the humidity and the heat of Iowa contributed to that last year, not to mention some gigantic human beings.
Those help too. They send the ball a ways. Swat at the second, could be 2, 4, 6, 3, double play.
It's funny when, pitchers are no longer going to hit anymore, right? So we've got the universal DH, but there was some value of being at the plate and taking batting practice and realizing from the opposite set of view how hard it is actually to hit. When you know things are coming, you can't get a hit every single time. And so that perspective is going to get lost a little bit. And the tendency is to always give the hitter way too much credit as a pitcher. And until you step in the box and try to hit, you lose that perspective of just how hard it is to hit in the big leagues.
Aristides Aquino is 1 for 2 with a defensive play of the game, an outfield assist to third. The twin killing up the middle there, Madrigal and Horner, guys that have been doing that for a long time. Fly ball into center field. Christopher Morel makes the grab, ends the bottom of the 6th, and now message from the presenting sponsor of Fox's coverage of the upcoming 7th inning, Mattress Firm.
Welcome to the land of junk sleep. A world set up for us to stay up.
where there's always one more deadline to meet.
Red sheets over bed sheets.
Episode to watch. Or meme to share. LOL. The world may not want you to sleep, but we do.
Come with me when I'm watching my stories.
Only our sleep experts know a better sleep means a better you. Unjunk your sleep at Mattress Firm.
You're a baseball fan here. Here, even up here. Only T-Mobile gives you free Wi-Fi to stream games in the air all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data in over 215 countries and destinations on us. Stay in the game with free Wi-Fi all flight long and high-speed data around the world. On the ground, in the air, or overseas. T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond the expected.
Here's to the ones who work smarter, not harder. Because the ones who make the most of their time are the ones who are ahead of it. Cutwater, bar quality cocktails in a can.
We buy and book online at discounttire.com, which gives us more time for things like...
Come on, Mom.
Thank you. Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
To the seventh inning is presented by Mattress Firm. 4-0, Cubs ahead. And is that real? Wow. To the seventh inning we go. A perfect night here in Iowa. Joe Kuno is on the pitch for the Reds. 27 years old out of North Carolina. Patrick Wisdom leads off for the Cubs. Rip and a miss. Wisdom 1 for 2. Got hit by a pitch in the first inning and came in to score. Singled in the third, struck out in the fifth. Cubs looking for their 5th win out of their last 7 games. 11-8 since the day before the All-Star break. Actually been pitching particularly well, even though the moves that they made at the deadline all had to do with the bullpen. Lineups remained intact. They've got a couple pieces back to that group from the injured list. To ground to third, checking on Kyle Farmer. Wisdom, the first out. Well, we take a look at a player who has been having a season of dreams, sponsored by Mattress Firm. Aaron Judge just keeps on going, John. 45 home runs. And first in just about everything.
Yeah, everyone was waiting to see what he would do when he stays healthy. So far, so good. Yeah, he's been healthy, and he is leading that charge.
Yeah, we're going to see him on Saturday at Baseball Night in America on Fox. Judge and the Yankees going to Fenway to take on the Red Sox. Or the Mariners continuing their hunt for a wild card spot against the Rangers, all starting Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. The Yankees have faded a little bit lately. Red Sox have faded a lot of bit lately. All the way to the bottom of the division.
Yeah, there's they don't hand out like manuals to each member when the Red Sox and Yankees play. They just know that they don't like each other, and it's a battle, and it's one of the best rivalries in sports.
You are going to want to stick around for the 7th inning stretch. Place that so simply captures the beauty of this sport. Beauty of this country. Impossible to look at this scene and not feel something.
That's for sure.
Another magical moment coming up after the third out in this inning. It's a strike on soft stuff to Nico Horner. Chopper to third. Tough bounce, but Farmer gets it. And that's a 1-2-3 seventh inning. We're 60 seconds away from a special rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, which can only happen here at Field of Dreams.
Whoa. Your dad's a superhero. No, my dad can't handle hot wings.
Check this out. Step into the spotlight. Playtime's over, kids.
Prepare for war.
Hold it. These things are warm.
You got the winter suit.
Rated PG.
Meet Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced.
Right now?
But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zen Zach. Zen Zach exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a mellow drum circle.
It's cool, right?
The only notification he hears is the sound of the ocean. So if you want to reach him, talk to the ocean.
The ocean?
And Zen Zach rides with Geico, because saving money and getting great coverage is totally savings and service for both your sides.
All right. Let me hear you. Good and loud. On one, on two, on three. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back. Oh, it's room for me. If they gonna win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out until hey! Boy, you never sang better in your life.
Nothing like the hometown charm of a county fair.
So charming.
You say so.
What was that?
Nothing. Wow.
Next.
Do you have anything that's healthy?
That was actually fun.
When can we go back?
We have to wait a whole year, darn it.
When it comes to comfort, we're thinking of every mile. The new Hyundai Palisade. It's your journey.
Get a dozen shrimp for only $1 with any steak entree, only at Applebee's.
May the right company turn any lake into a great lake. May the toughest part of your day be deciding which arm to carry the cooler with. And may high noon not just be a time of day, but the perfect way to enjoy it. High noon, sun's up.
I got the mic today. Mom, I'm sorry if you hear anything that is said tonight.
We've got a huge game here.
Coverage of the seventh inning is presented by Mattress Firm. 4-0 to the bottom of the seventh after Harry's rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game here in Iowa. Reds try to get the offense going. 8-9-1 coming up here. It's Jose Barrero to lead the inning off. Somebody they're ready to grow with over these next couple months, see what he can do in an everyday role. First pitch, breaking balls ripped down the line. Field corner. Leadoff extra base hit. It's a double for Barrero.
Reds needed that to get something going here. Still within striking distance. And they've got to do a better job with runners in scoring position. Now, man on second, nobody out. They've got to get that run in. Obviously, they've got to get more than that run in, but it's a start to a game that Cubs have pretty much dominated them from the mound.
Well, Barrero with the first extra base hit of the game for Cincinnati. He's at second against Rucker. Okay. There's a visit from David Bell to plate umpire John Tumpane. Jake Fraley's going to come up to pinch hit. So Fraley to pinch hit for the catcher Romine out of the 9th spot. And tonight's telecast is presented by Geico and sponsored by Hyundai. It's your journey. And by Applebee's. Help us crush childhood cancer. So that was what the trip out there from David Bell was for, was to let him know that Jake Fraley's headed up to hit for Austin Romine. And Fraley, who's missed a lot of this season with an injury, since coming back, 375 in 9 games.
Yeah, the left-hander on the mound starting today. Put him probably on the bench, swinging a hard bat. Now he gets to face a right-hander.
Strike one on a breaking ball. Fraley was part of the return in the Winker and Suarez deal in March. So the Reds continue to turn this thing over. They obviously continued that at the deadline with Castillo and Malley both dealt. Drury, Pham, Naquin, who they just had to watch hurt them in New York this week. They got 10 minor leaguers in those trades, though, including 3 top 100 prospects. So they look to build for the future. Barrero at second, nobody out. All 2 on Fraley.
I'm always reminded when you're down and the ball like that could have hit the hitter, your teammates go, "We got ice."
Yeah.
Lean into it.
Right.
Like anyone really wants to lean into a pitch.
3 balls, 1 strike. Top of the order after Fraley. Trying to give these Reds fans something to get excited about. No runs in their last 11 innings. That's a walk. First 2 reach for the Reds here in the 7th. Well, Rested and Ready is sponsored by Mattress Firm. You know about Edwin Diaz, one of the top closers in baseball, maybe the top closer in baseball this season. His brother Alexis is doing big things for the Cincinnati Reds as a rookie. And those 2 teams just played in New York. It's a big day, big series for the family. A bunch of family flew in to take that one in. Matt Reynolds at the top of the order. Singled in his first at-bat when he came into the game for an injured Jonathan India. He takes ball 1. "31 years old. Waiver claim from the Mets earlier this season. He's in the game for the same reason he's on the team. That is a Jonathan India injury. It happened earlier this year. And then again tonight. Center field. That'll get the job done for the Reds. It scoots its way all the way to the edge of the track. It'll score 2. It's a 4-2 game. Matt Reynolds off of the bench tonight. 2 for 2, and he's cut the Reds' deficit in half.
You just never know when your number's going to be called. Come to the park, get prepared, be ready, and certainly that theme kind of fits Matt Reynolds because He has come up huge and brought the Reds right back into it. Good piece of hitting again, going the other way. And that ball splits the outfielders. Easily going to score one and look like two, and it did. And now the Reds are one batter in the box from tying up the game.
Got the two-hitter Nick Senzel coming up against a new reliever as David Ross calls to the bullpen.
Let me down easy. Let me down. Let me down easy. Oh.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. The most epic sandwich roster ever created. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
So you're good at hitting home runs, right?
I've never hit a home run in my life, but I've gotten close.
Oh, let's go. Let's try it out.
We're not leaving until I get a home run.
Oh! Jojo, you're so good. You're so young and you've done so much. What's your secret?
I think I just really love life, so I just pick my right foot up and then keep going.
Come on! Ah! That went over, right? It went over. Freaking love baseball.
Reds get a couple against Michael Rucker. 4-2 game. The lefty Hughes on the pitch to Nick Senzel. That's ball one.
Basically two-pitch pitcher for Brandon Hughes. See the numbers on the year. Fastball, slider, occasional changeup. He'll mix in there.
David Robertson, one of the pieces that moved at the deadline out of the Cubs bullpen, and Hughes has seen his role go up, pecking order in the bullpen here in his rookie season, sharing the high leverage duties for David Ross. On a 2-0 pitch, Senzel pulls it sharply to third. Wisdom knocks it down, sticks with it, throws him out.
Cannon over there at third base does Wisdom. Well, David Ross is trying to win as many games as he can. As we watch the replay, that's how you get in front of it, knock it down, throw a seed over to first. And he's also trying to find out in these situations where he's making moves to see what these guys and how they react, so that as they mature and as they build this ball club, they're going to find out which guys thrive in situations and which guys maybe don't.
One away, Kyle Farmer to the plate, representing the tying run. Strike one from Hughes. Fly to right. Suzuki's there. 2 out.
So far, so good. Came in with man on second, nobody out, 2-run game. And now he's Joey Votto away from getting on this inning.
Joey's 0 for 2 tonight. Does have a walk. A huge resurgence last year. 36 home runs for him. Just 11 this year. The tie, though, with one swing. Strike one from Hughes. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. Second best chase rate in the majors. Only Juan Soto chases fewer pitches out of the strike zone than Joey Votto.
Joe! Come on, Joe!
Here's a toss to second that gets into center field, but no budging from Reynolds.
You know, it's amazing how many times in spring training we practice these plays and how rare it gets used in the season. But you practice those plays so that the timing and everything about it. But what's different in spring training is it's not under the gun. And when you practice it enough, you get comfortable to where some teams are really good at executing those plays.
Joey told us earlier tonight what a special experience this is for him playing here. On a 1-1 pitch, he takes in the dirt. He's ahead 2-1. There's nothing he'd love more than having a memorable swing to an already special day for him. Off his foot, and it's 2-2.
You know, I really didn't lock into the helmets till just now, and I'm digging them.
Sweet, aren't they?
I'm digging the helmets.
It's Reds uniforms based off the 1919 World Series champion team. They didn't have the helmets, though.
Yeah.
Ed Roush, Heine Groh, stars on offense of that 1919 Reds team. What a great pitching staff. Dutch Ruther, Hot Eller, Slim Salee won 21 games for the 1919 Reds. Votto takes strike 3. Heck of a job by Brandon Hughes coming on and keeping the damage to 2.
Another long night of crime and violence.
I know you're him.
I pick up garbage for a living. Samaritan's dead.
I don't believe you!
Oh, cool. He's hiding something. I want him dead.
How strong are you? Why did you disappear?
Samaritan, rated PG-13.
Are you ready? Let's go. You're going out tonight.
Get a free storage upgrade and case with S Pen when you pre-order.
Hey, babe, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man. Hey.
Open up. The redesigned Chevy Silverado. With a sophisticated high-tech interior,
Open the door.
it's easy to forget it's a truck.
Thanks.
Nice truck.
It was.
Find new style. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
The 10th pick is in, the new All-American Club. That's a club I want to join. Let's hear from Simone.
Chuck, that's a club I want to join.
I literally just said that. I like her better than you. The new Subway series. What's your pick?
Wait, you're a night manager and mom and birthday cake baker? So adding and student might feel daunting. National University is here to support all your ands. National University, supporting the whole you.
If you build it, he will come.
The one constant through all the years, Ray,
Has been baseball.
is this heaven? Is this heaven?
No, it's Iowa.
Oh, people will come, Ray. People will definitely come.
They certainly came tonight. Packed this 8,000-seat stadium on this 193-acre farm. 8th inning, 4-2. Cubs ahead. You'd have to lead it off for the Cubs. We were talking about Alexis Diaz a moment ago, and we get to watch him pitch here.
Yeah, you're going to see some similarities to his brother. The way he picks up his leg. The way that he throws, not quite as hard, but has late life on that fastball. Primarily fastball slider pitcher. Let's say he looks like him. Yeah.
His 0-1 is right there for a strike. 0-2. Some defensive changes. Jake Fraley, after pinch hitting, stays in left field. Almora moves from left to center. And Michael Papirski is now in the game catching. 0-2 to Happ. Fouled off. Another 0-2. The foul ball. We're talking about the reunion of the Diaz brothers in New York this week. Their parents, aunts, uncles, cousins all flew up for the occasion. With dozens there to watch the Diaz's, and mom and dad very proud. The whole big family had come to watch Edwin, but that's the first time a lot of them had gotten to watch Alexis do his thing. Happ on a 2-strike pitch, singles into center field. Leadoff man on for the Cubs here in the 8th. We've been taking in these wonderful sights. You've been giving us your corn facts. Kenny's got some more on how this all gets to look so good.
Well, guys, the corn surrounding the field this year is a completely different hybrid, a different type than the crop we saw last year. The leaves are dark green. It makes it a little showier. It's also about a foot shorter. Now, Adam Ray, who farms the site with his brother Andy, he says it's routine to plant different hybrids of corn. It's a way to manage risk, protect against disease. Now, the Ray brothers, they're sort of the MVPs of this project. During growing season, they'll assemble a team of 5 that sometimes works on this site as early as 5 a.m. and other times after dark. And guys, that's in addition to their regular jobs. That's how much care they put into this. While working, their team will talk about baseball and other topics. They tell their wives it's their version of a book club.
You know, when they filmed the movie, once they committed to this as the site, they obviously wanted to make sure that the crops grew and the corn was looking good for the movie, and they overcorrected a little bit. They irrigated it so well that the corn grew so high that they had to put in a platform for Kevin Costner to walk on to film those scenes in the corn because you couldn't see him. It was so tall. Strike on Velasquez, 0-2.
I can't really think of another sport you could do this with.
Yeah.
You know, as far as the stadiums we play in, and then to have this kind of look.
Slice of magic carved into a cornfield. Somebody taking it in from the house. If you've never visited here, that could be you. Anybody can go sit on the rocker, sit on the swing. First visitor showed up a few weeks after the film premiered. It was a Giants fan who was road tripping across the country, California to New York. And swung by and said, I had to check this place out. It was the first of so many that have made the pilgrimage here. This one gets by Votto, and Happ's going to move up to second and stop there.
We've talked about the scenery on the way in is unlike any other place you see, meaning it's not like there's a 4-lane road to get in.
Yeah.
People are in line for a long time to make their way in, park way across the street, fill up another field, and then walk through the cornfields to get here.
One-two is taken high, 2-2. David Ross was telling us before the game how emotional it was for him to look at the Cubs fans lining the road as the bus came in. So I mean, you know, long travel day, whatever, and then you get there and you're on the bus and you're driving in and there's all these people lining the road. He said just to watch us come through in a bus, and he said it gave him a shot of perspective.
And he said that perspective was so telling, because no matter where you are in your season, no matter what struggles you're going through, there are people coming to support you. And so that's why always give your best no matter what the scenarios. They want to see you win. They were playing catch on the side of the road as early as when we came in. And we came in at 12:30 from the hotel to here. So they made a day of it, and there's activities after the game that they're going to get to enjoy. And it's definitely a memory-packed day.
Post-game concert. They'll show the movie on the video board. Swing and a miss by P.J. Higgins. They can walk back through the cornfield. Here the buses coming in. The teams landed early afternoon and made their way here. Had a chance before it was open to the public to soak it all in and roam the complex. 0-2. Having a catch, doing what you do. Come here. Good stop. Papirski. 2-2 on P.J. Higgins. Got his first big league opportunity last year. He went 1 for 23. Got another chance this season. Came up in late May and comes into the game hitting .281. Facing Alexis Diaz. Who fires 2-2. Higgins takes strike 3 and backed up on him, but found the inside corner. 2 gone in the 8th, and now a quick word from Corona.
The redesigned Corona Slim Can. Slim is one of my old nicknames. Might as well call them Snoop Cans.
Back-to-back Ks after the leadoff single.
Well, this one was a slider that was supposed to go the other way, and it actually backdoored the front part of the plate to a right-hander, and he was like, no, I think that's inside. And it was supposed to break. It didn't, but he got the call.
And not away from getting out of this inning, pinch hitter Rafael Ortega comes up. Spins inside, but he couldn't lay off. Strike 1. Ortega made it to the major leagues when he was 21. That was in 2012, and he's got to be thinking, all right, I mean, here we go. I got this long, fruitful career ahead of me. Well, over the next 8 years, he played a total of 140 games. He got granted free agency 7 times. Finally locked in with the Cubs last year. Stayed in the majors for the first time at the age of 30 in his 14th year as a pro. Shooting for Christopher Morel. Swings through it, 1 and 2.
See, that's just tremendous spin. It looks like it might be 99, but it's not. It was only registered at 91, but he's got such great backspin. And that's what fools the hitter, right? That little cutting action. It's just hard to teach.
It's one of the things Joey Votto was talking about, right? We asked him how different is 95 from 102, and he said it totally depends. That 91 looked a lot harder than that.
I want to give a shout out to Murray Koch, who him and his team have done 2 years in a row now. This is not the only field he does. He does this for a living. He's done an incredible job. This surface, the beautiful way it looks, and there was 2 minor league games played, you know, on these fields. So it matches everything you could imagine when you get here, and just a great surface to play a baseball game on.
Ortega down on strikes, and that is the inning.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Alone, chicken, onions, peppers, and cheese have potential. Together, they have a purpose, a destiny, and a name. Because grilled to order makes a sub above.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
So, it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? And you, Gecko, go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? The little girl's like, hi, Gecko.
Well, quite the commercial.
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. We're all in this thing together. We're gonna make it through, and I'll walk with you.
Getting that perfect slice is satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding too. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Slice to order makes a sub above.
Tonight's telecast is presented by Geico and sponsored by Verizon, the network America relies on. And by Jersey Mike Subs. Be a sub above. Bring Iowa home in an official on-field MLB jersey or cap, or commemorate the game with a new t-shirt or collectible. Shop the limited edition collection soon while supplies last at MLBshop.com. And those threads are sweet that they pulled out for both these teams. You got a favorite between the two? You like the Cubs one or the Reds one more?
You know, I'm gravitating towards the Reds. There's no wrong answer. The high socks, just the combination, you know. But they're both classic.
Rafael Ortega, after pinch hitting for Morel, stays in his spot in center field. Donovan Solano's got 2 hits tonight. Leads off the bottom of the 8th. Takes a strike as Hughes stays in. Well, he was something coming into that inning against 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup and shutting things down.
He sure did. The Reds were having some momentum, and he stopped it.
His 0-2 is outside. Strike 3 called. 1 gone in the 8th. Well, we would be remiss, and we wouldn't do this without talking to you about it first, John, but you lost your father today. And, yeah, I'm sorry, my friend.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day. It's been an emotional day. That was taken not too long ago. His passion for baseball. What a day to honor him. He lived by his faith. He loved family. And he would be so mad if I didn't do this game. And I can't think of another day to honor him when you think about this park, this movie, and how he loved every one of us and everyone he came in contact with. So I'm the man I am because of him, and he was awesome.
Heck of a play right there. Wisdom across the diamond to get Almora. And I know you had people ask, like, how can you still do the game? Are you sure you want to do the game? But it almost became like a reason for doing the game.
Yeah,
right?
I can't explain the peace I have. That comes just from, from God and the way he lived. And he lived, I call it the 4 L's. He lived, he laughed, he learned, he listened, and, he gave us everything that we needed to fulfill and show up to work. And I feel like I'm showing up to work, and what a better way for my mom, my brother, and my sister, and the support we've gotten today. It started early this morning. I'm sure it'll hit when I get home, but this is the perfect day for him if he was going to leave.
Well, we're glad that you decided to spend it with us. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
I know there are some cards, some John Smoltz cards floating around the universe right now that he was handing out.
He was so proud that when I was in high school, he made my first baseball card, and everywhere he went, he just handed them out to people. And I didn't get it then. I was actually begging him to stop doing that, and I get it now because I've run into so many of my dad, and they go, I met your dad. And I go, stop. Did he give you a card? And they said, yeah, here it is. And he loved it. So I'm going to miss him, but I'm going to live every day for him.
Well, tonight in honor of John Smoltz, John Sr.
Yeah.
Frank, how you doing?
Andy Pettitte is one of America's greatest pitchers that has played for the New York Yankees. He has never forgotten what happened on September 11th.
The grief I know that you and your family had to go through, but what you've turned that tragedy into really a triumph.
What we do for catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star families, giving them mortgage-free homes.
The 100-home village that y'all are going to build down in Tampa, it's just amazing.
They go protect us overseas. They give their lives. We better take care of their families that are left behind.
I just kept seeing those commercials over and over, and it gets to you, right? I mean, if you're an American, I really just felt, in my heart, just like, man, this is something I wanted to find out more about and look into, and then, of course, just be involved. The Bible tells us that when we restore others, that ourselves will be restored.
Join me in supporting our nation's heroes and their families. It only takes $11 a month.
Go to T2T.org.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
A bad bed makes for a bad back, which makes for a bad performance. Bravo, junk sleep. During Mattress Firm's Black Friday Now sales, save up to $600 on top brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase. You can't put a price on good sleep, but it's better on sale. Mattress Firm.
This pepperoni was carefully placed by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. Just like this one, and that one over there. Ooh, and even these in the crust. Get yourself the new Epic Pepperoni Stuffed Crust Pizza, only at Papa John's.
Not too many better storytellers out there than Tom Rinaldi. And he hosts a new 8-part podcast series called Wesley, the compelling story of Lyman Wesley Bostock Jr., the only player in MLB history to be murdered in season. He's a career .311 hitter. Podcast examines who he was, circumstances surrounding his murder, what could have been had he continued his career. Listen to the series Wesley wherever you get your podcasts. Listen to Tom Rinaldi tell stories. Hunter Strickland comes on to pitch for the Cincinnati Reds. Strickland's in his 9th year with his 8th different team, and found himself in the closer's role recently, but has given up 7 runs over his last 4 innings and no longer in that spot.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a tough stretch. He's got a great arm, and when he can get that slider to turn the corner, hitters have no chance.
Past the diving farmer, Nick Madrigal, with his 3rd hit of the game. So Madrigal's continued what he was doing coming in. First week off of the injured list, back above 300. Doing what he had done pretty much his whole baseball career before getting injured for a lot of last season. Traded to the Cubs in the Craig Kimbrell deal from the White Sox. But this is a guy who, coming up to the minors, well above 300. Very few strikeouts that they still have hope for. Finding it as he gets healthy. So to open this 9th inning, Wilson Contreras comes up. No. 1 ball, no strikes. Contreras, one of the last links to the Cubs' recent glory days. The only active position player left from that team. Let's count David Ross, of course. Jason Hayward, who's on the IL and has played his last game as a Cub. And then Kyle Hendricks, who's also on the injured list. But overturned that roster last year. Bryant and Baez and Rizzo all traded. And as they say around Chicago, trying to build that next great Cubs team. Will Contreras be a part of it? Fly to right center field. Long run for Almora, who gets there with a slide to make the catch.
Yeah, when you think about where the Cubs were and winning that World Series, and as we watch the break, you know, this lighting for the players, they can see the ball better than we can when it goes up into the air, but in the sky. He comes in, makes a nice sliding catch. You just wonder, you know, all those components are almost completely gone.
Yeah.
And they're trying to redefine their future and hopefully get back to another World Series soon.
1 gone. Patrick Wisdom up. There goes Madrigal, swing and a miss. Throw down is not in time. Stolen base for Madrigal.
I think they're going to want to check and see whether there was contact on the throw down to second. Now a hitter can't make any contact in the throwing path of the catcher, get him down to second base.
No, I disagree.
They're talking to John Tumpane about that, to no avail.
The follow through just catches him. You see the follow through and catches him on the shoulder.
So Madrigal gets second. Wisdom still up there. Looking for some insurance here in the 9th against Strickland. It's 1-1. You're talking about them seeing the ball better in those lights. The very first lights used in baseball were generator powered. Kansas City Monarchs, the Negro Leagues, the great Negro League team, bought this set of lights that they could travel around on the beds of trucks. They weren't that tall, though, and so, you know, first of all, you'd have this humming all game as the generators ran them. And then the fly balls and the pop-ups, they would go into the darkness because they'd get above the lights. And it was amazing being able to play games under the lights, but it was an adventure a lot of times trying to field those balls up there. On 1-2, Wisdom takes ball 2.
That's the pitch. The fastball from time to time, you know, as Joey Votto said earlier in the game, you can time up a missile if you see it come out of the hand. That pitch right there, if it starts over the middle of the plate and disappears left against a right-handed hitter, that's where Strickland's going to have his success. The key to throwing that pitch is throwing it off your front leg. If you try to throw it with just your arm and from the backside and you try to snap that pitch across your body, you end up throwing it all arm and you pull a lot of those pitches. It's the break is important, but it's the location where the breaks start. When you pull it away, the hitter recognizes it too soon. That's a great pitch. And you throw more of those, and you're going to get great results. That was so good that the hitter had no chance to swing at it, and it was at the mercy of the umpire. That's the slider you want. Starts over the middle, ends up, could have been a call strike, but wasn't.
So walk for Wisdom, and he gets Seiya Suzuki to the plate. With one out in the 9th inning, the Cubs up 4-2. Suzuki out of Japan, where Field of Dreams, by the way, is hugely popular. There are a lot of people that come from Japan to visit this site. Actually, a few years after the movie came out, there was a group of fans there that turned a rice paddy into a baseball field, planted a crop of corn around it to have their own Field of Dreams.
I just don't think there's ever, I mean, should never say never, but a movie to transcend time like Field of Dreams over baseball.
It's a movie about baseball, but it's a movie about life.
Yeah, for sure.
About following your dreams, about following your heart, finding happiness. It's resonated with so many people for so many different reasons for generations now. Strickland's 0-2. Good Suzuki. Nice grab there by Papirski. 2 gone in the 9th, and a quick word from Apple.
Need to focus on the game? Just tell Siri, turn on Do Not Disturb.
Well, we started to talk about it when they turned 2 earlier tonight, but Nico Horner, who's at the plate here, Nick Madrigal, who's at second base, the 2 were born 2 months apart. Horner in Oakland, Madrigal in Sacramento, and they've been playing either against each other or with each other since they were 11 years old. Wow. From Little League to Team USA to the Pac-12. Nick was at Oregon State. Nico was at Stanford. And then they were linked again in the draft. Both won in the first round in 2018. Now it all comes full circle with Madrigal getting traded from the White Sox to the Cubs, sharing a big league infield.
Safe to say that doesn't happen very often.
Right? You talk about Field of Dreams. These guys out there got to be pinching themselves.
You know, I find it amazing how many brothers are in our game now, and how many father-sons combination that are just being put into our game, and they're not missing a beat. It's like the footsteps they're following in, it doesn't bother them.
Two on, 2 out. 0-2. Excited for Fernando Tatis to come back. That's good for baseball.
It really is, and it's so unfortunate the last couple of years for him. And you know, I mean, this sport, the beauty of this sport, kind of like unlike others, you could stay relatively healthier in this sport, you would think, over the others. And there's always the freakish injuries, and there's always the injuries that you go, oh man, that's a fluke. But to have it back-to-back seasons, you know, or even to have what Chris Sale had happen, is just such a bad.
It's a bummer.
It is a bummer.
Rowan Wick, get ready for the bottom of the 9th inning.
But on the flip side, you can miss 2 months of this season and still be a huge contributor because the year is so long, right? You missed 2 months in football.
Right.
You missed almost the majority of the year.
Down on a fastball. Strickland able to get out of the inning with no damage. To the bottom of the 9th we go, on a night that's about baseball and it's about family.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents, they just found out they can redeem rewards for a second honeymoon. Romance is in the air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love and that his dating app just went up. Must be fate. And Phil, he forgot a gift, so he's sending the happy couple some money.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
We'd like to dedicate the next 5 seconds to fresh portobellos. And all the other seconds to peppers, onions, and Swiss. Because fresh ingredients make a sub above.
You're a baseball fan here. Here, even up here. Only T-Mobile gives you free Wi-Fi to stream games in the air all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data in over 215 countries and destinations on us. Stay in the game with free Wi-Fi all flight long and high-speed data around the world. On the ground, in the air, or overseas. T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond the expected.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. It was and booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Bottom of the 9th inning here in Dyersville, Iowa. Last chance for the Reds. They trail 4-2. Rowan Wick on to try and close things out for the Cubs, who, you know, the only thing they did at the trade deadline was send off 4 relievers. That's the only part of the team they touched. Shockingly, since the All-Star break, which half that time's without half those guys, they're the #1 bullpen in baseball.
It's crazy how things work, right? And he has been outstanding in his last 10. He's had scoreless appearances going back to July 10th. So this four-seamer is one of those pitches that we talked about that may not light up a radar gun, but it has great backspin, and they really don't hit it very well.
Wick in his 4th season with the Cubs. Again, this was David Robertson's role before they traded him to the Phillies. David Ross saying he's going to give a few different guys chances in the 9th inning. This one belongs to Wick, who, and I think Wilson Contreras was using PitchCom, and he gave him the look like, I'm not wearing anything, and so he gave him the traditional signs, and Jose Barrero fouled it off. This is the part of the order that triggered things for the Reds in their 2-run inning. Barrero doubled on the first pitch of the 7th. And then Fraley, who's on deck, walked. They both scored on Matt Reynolds' double. Chased 0-2.
That has definitely been the pitch that he cannot lay off of tonight, and he did get a hit early on, but anything that he gets low and down and spinning, I mean, there's no reason really. He can do whatever he wants, 0-2, but he could throw another pitch down there and see if he goes and chases.
Instead turns it up with a fastball, and it's fouled off.
The only problem with that pitch, if it's not perfectly located 0-2, you're feeding into a guy who loves to swing, but you could run into a mistake and that turn into a bad start to an inning. I would be shocked if he doesn't go back to the breaking ball.
Yeah, he looks so bad on it. Another 0-2. Target set up again. Oh, baby.
All right. Yeah, they got a different game plan. That's fine.
Cubs trying to make it a Chicago sweep in these two Field of Dreams games. White Sox over the Yankees last year. Cubs up 4-2, bottom of the 9th inning. Here's an 0-2 to Barrero from Rowan Wick. Back to the breaking ball, but he took this one. Got the chase that he was looking for and got the first out of the 9th inning.
Well, that's the pitch. Took him four pitches to get to it, but nonetheless, he got the result he wanted. Straight over the top breaking ball.
Cubs bullpen has retired 7 straight since Reynolds' 2-run double. 13th strikeout of the night for Cubs pitching. Jake Fraley. No. Ball 1. Fraley trying to set the table for the top of the order. If he reaches, Reynolds would come up representing the tying run. Reds in danger of a 4th consecutive loss. She had it rolling a little bit prior to the sweep against the Mets this week. Started the season 4-23, just this monstrous hole, and actually close to a 500 team since then. On 1-1, Fraley takes ball 2.
Well, the old general rule is throw it right down the middle and let him hit his way on in a 2-run game. You certainly don't ever want to just give the gift of a walk. Closing 101.
He took it 3-2.
And now you could be a little bit more aggressive on a 3-2 count because it's considered neutral, but again, depending on who's on the plate, if he's aggressive, it's not neutral. It's pitcher favors the pitcher.
1 gone, bottom of the 9th, 3-2 from Rowan Wick. Jake Fraley bounces one back to him. 2 gone in the 9th. Cubs fans coming to their feet. Up up to Matt Reynolds to try and keep the Reds' hopes alive. And he's had a great night coming off of the bench for Jonathan India. When India fouled a ball off his leg, he's 2 for 2, and he's knocked in their 2 runs. First pitch curve drops in there, strike 1. Doubles up on it and gets ahead 0-2. Now you got him where you want him.
Yeah, he sure does. You're throwing that pitch for a strike, and your vertical drop over the middle of the plate, so hard to lay off of it as a hitter, and you got to respect his fastball. So hitter's really in a defensive situation right now.
Drew Smiley. What a night it was for him. In position to win this game if Wick can get one more strike. That's a little bit outside 1-2. Tries it again. Oh. Check swing, no swing. 2-2. Reds trying to stir up some of that 9th inning magic we saw from the White Sox last year. Alejo Lopez hoping for an opportunity. 2-2 pitch. Wow, he took a close one and he's worked it full.
Same thing, really. Based on those pitches, the fastball's beating him. He's flinching and realizing he can't get to it. So, again, 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. Make him hit his way on.
Here comes the payoff pitch. Fouls it back.
I just like how simple he throws a baseball. I mean, he's throwing it with effort, don't get me wrong, but it's just simple. Leg up, straight down at you. He's working off the planes north and south, meaning he is going to really vertically change the eye level and then to the bottom with his breaking ball.
Another 3-2. Back to the breaking ball to finish that. The Cubs take the Field of Dreams game 4-2 over the Reds.
What a great night. And like I said, these two teams may not be going at the end of the year where they want to. This game will stick with their memory. It won't, you know, everyone wants to win, but they're going to remember the memory of this game more than anything. And I sure am as well.
Well, we appreciate you being here, John. We're thinking of you, thinking of your family, and remembering your father.
Yeah.
One, 2, 3, 9th inning for Rowan Wick as David Ross's bullpen retires the final 9 hitters. And Drew Smiley, back-to-back excellent performances for him. He strikes out 9 over 5 innings in this one and gets his 2nd consecutive victory. He, by the way, is now 5-0 in his career against Cincinnati, beating them for a 2nd time this season. And the Cubs continue to get excellent pitching. The starting perspective getting healthier and healthier as this injury-riddled season goes on. Yeah, the winning pitcher is with our Tom Verducci.
Well, thanks, Joe. Well, Drew, you've pitched in 32 Major League ballparks. This is the first time surrounded by almost 200 acres of corn. Describe the experience when you took the mound in the 1st inning and what carried you through 6 innings of shutout ball. It was awesome. I mean, it's just such a cool experience. Major League Baseball did an amazing job setting this all up. To just get out here early in the day and walk amongst everybody through the cornfields with the fans and then show up, and it's a small ballpark, obviously, and it's a very intimate setting. It's fun just to be here and hear the fans. You can hear them yell in the stands. It's just a memory that is going to stick with all of us for a long time. And Drew, you know, as a pitcher, you go over scouting reports for a start. This time you prepared by watching a movie. And you know, Field of Dreams is about connecting generations. As a father yourself, with a daughter who has a birthday today, what are the memories that you will take away from this experience? Yeah, I mean, I'll remember it forever. She's turned 5 today, so I don't know how well she'll remember it later in her life, but it's really cool for her to be here. And my younger son, Landon, and actually I have another newborn that's a month old. They're all here watching, so it's fun to have the family here with me and him to. They're used to big cities and big stadiums, so they come out here and they see cornfields everywhere. It's neat. It's neat for all of us. So we had a good night. Congratulations on a great win and a great memory.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Back to you, Joe.
All right, Tom, and again, happy birthday to Parker Smiley. Turns 5 today. Celebrates it with a win for Daddy. 4-2. Cubs over the Reds. This game framed by this backdrop. Man, it evokes something in all of us. Another special night here in Dyersville, Iowa. The Cubs beat the Reds 4-2.
In Iowa.
5th win out of their last 7 games, trying to finish the season strong. Stick with us on the other side of this break. KB, A-Rod, Big Poppy with continuing coverage from Field of Dreams.
LEGO Masters is back. We are going to blow your minds. Oh.
LEGO Masters premieres September 21st on Fox. This Jennifer Hudson's coming to Fox 32 Daytime. But first, she's co-hosting Good Day Chicago. Chicago superstar joins the Good Day crew Monday morning on Fox 32. Dawn Hasbrook, Corey McFerrin, Fox 32 Chicago.
You can't make summer stand still, so make the most of every last second with a new Toyota at Toyota's National Sales Event.
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan and roadside assistance. Toyota, let's go places.
Hypnotize your way to savings.
Breathing techniques to help you save.
Looking to make saving a habit?
Yeah, what's the secret?
No secret. Just open a savings account at BMO and we'll give you a cash reward for every month you save.
A cash reward?
Just for saving?
Mm-hmm. And when you open a checking account, we'll give you a $300 bonus to get your new savings habit started.
Love that.
What's your book?
How to get a $300 bonus and a monthly cash reward for saving with BMO.
He literally wrote the book on saving.
That's me on the cover.
When a bank helps you make real financial progress, that's the BMO effect.
Go ahead. You can have my turn. Oh, my. You have to see this.
Come on,
You can have this kind of summer.
Guys.
Or this kind of summer. This summer, the real entertainment is on the road. Don't miss out on your dream car during the BMW Summer On sales event. Hurry into your local BMW Center for exceptional lease and finance offers now through September 5th.
You can't make summer stand still, so make the most of every last second with a new Toyota at Toyota's National Sales Event.
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan and roadside assistance. Toyota, let's go places.
We've got a huge game here.
Are we alone in the universe? The Fox Files returns with 2 exclusive must-see shows. Stream Alien Abductions with Abby Hornacek and Unsealed Alien Files now. It's all part of the Fox Files on Fox Nation. Sign up today.
LAFD, we will come to you.
I can feel it. Get off the field!
Oh my God.
911 season premiere September 19th on Fox. Watch anytime. All seasons available on Hulu.
You know, it says out of workshop for a reason.
I'm so sorry to bother you, boss, but,
Have you ever heard of the World Cup? Well, they moved it
to the holidays.
Wait, Like the actual World Cup to my holiday season? Are you kidding me?
It's a big deal. There's Messi and Ronaldo.
Yeah, but that's my time to shine, right? I mean, that guy's got like 300 million followers. I mean, how am I supposed to compete with that?
I think it's like 400 million.
400 million? Okay, great. You know what? Get Blitzen on the phone. I got to get on the next flight up there. We got work to do. I gotta go.
It was another special night in the cornfields of Iowa. The Griffeys, junior and senior, some legends, Johnny Bench and Ferguson Jenkins, and then the current players, the Cubs, with a 4-2 win over the Reds, and the fireworks fly as Rowan Wick closes it out. And just the imagery of tonight's, just like last year, so special on a perfect night weather-wise, a packed house, kids enjoying every second. And a good ball game tonight as we welcome you to our set here in left field. That's right, in the field of the corn, baby, with the Hall of Famer, Big Papi, David Ortiz, A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, and I'm Kevin Burkhardt. What a fun evening again. The sequel, the Field of Dreams game. And, you know, there's a lot to take from this. It's really bigger than the one regular season game. So what do you take from it, Alex?
KB, I love what Tom Verducci said in that interview. It's about connecting generations. And that's what this game is all about. It's much bigger than just the game. And can we just give a note for Major League Baseball? Baseball is supposed to be a big event. This felt big. It felt like a postseason. It was also a good game. But to see Griffey Sr., and all the guys come out, it was very special.
I totally agree with you. I mean, baseball is a family game. And I believe that when you come here to watch a baseball game, it's like a family reunion. I mean, you guys got me crying in the pregame show, man, talking about the family. I brought my son here. I mean, you walk around, you see everybody as a family approaching this game. I mean, it was unbelievable, the feeling about this game tonight.
You know, today was all about what's right about baseball. Baseball deserves a stage like this. How about Joey Votto? His sense of humor, his graciousness, his humility. He is a national treasure, and we need to highlight more Joey Vottos out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was great. He was so, you know, and that's the thing. There was always this thing, well, you know, you don't want to disturb him during the game. Joey Votto during the interview said, well, I got nothing to do over here at first base. Let me tell you a story.
That was unbelievable. Right? And by the way, I'm pissed. I played so many All-Star games. I played so many World Series, and I never got the opportunity to play here.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Well, by the way, it's a little bit smaller of a ballpark with the dimensions. You guys would have gotten deep like a lot.
I would have loved to.
In this.
Hey, KB, you know, we have to give a shout out to the great people of Iowa. They couldn't have been more gracious, more welcoming. I just cannot wait. We had an incredible time, and we can't wait to come back.
Yeah, it's special again. Lucky to do it the first time last year, and the sequel, the Field of Dreams game, and this magical place in Dyersville, Iowa, lived up to it. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. We tell you now to stay tuned for your late local news, except on the West Coast. That'll do it for us. Special night. The Field of Dreams, we say so long from Iowa. Good night.
Saturday, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Judge and the Yankees battle Bogarts and the rival Red Sox, or the Mariners face the Rangers. It's baseball night in America, Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Tonight, we honor small-town America, and there's nothing more American than baseball. Apple pie and hot dogs.
It's fine, okay? I can Heimlich myself.
Welcome to Fletch. Season premiere September 29th on Fox.
Emily Walls, Fox 32 Storm Force Chief Meteorologist, preparing you for the day ahead.
It's going to be a washout for part of the weekend.
Weeknights on Fox 32 Chicago. The Fox 32 News app. Search Fox 32 Chicago on the App Store and Google Play.
This is the 2022 Nissan Pathfinder and Rogue. With a range of drive modes, you can take a Sunday stroll in the least basic of places.
Get the 2022 Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy.